Welcome to Terrified Tales, where things are about to get unsettling. Before we dive deeper into the darkness, make sure to like and subscribe. Let us know where you're listening from and what time it is. Are you brave enough to be here at night? Now, relax and let the fear take hold. Story 1. The sun sank behind the jagged peaks of Idaho's backcountry, leaving Elias Winters in the dying light of dusk. He was alone, miles from the nearest trail, surrounded by nothing but the wilderness, the kind of place where even the air felt unfamiliar, like the forest itself was holding its breath. Elias had been in remote areas before, studying wildlife, measuring ecosystems, but something about this place gnawed at him. The trees were thicker here, their trunks twisting up into the sky like gnarled fingers. The wind didn't whistle through the branches. It groaned, low and mournful, like it was trying to communicate something just out of reach. The night was coming too quickly, and the temperature was already dropping. His camp was set up quickly, a tent, a small fire, and his equipment neatly arranged. But as he worked, a growing sense of unease took root. Every snap of a twig behind him sent his head snapping around, though he knew there was no one for miles. The forest, quiet as it was, had an oppressive weight to it. Elias shook the sensation off. He wasn't one to indulge in nerves, least of all in the presence of nature. Still, the thickening gloom pressed on him, and he could almost feel the trees closing in. He began unpacking his microphones, setting them up with clinical precision, determined to capture the ambient sounds of the wild. He wanted the raw, untouched noise, the kind of environmental data that would make his research stand out. A chill stirred in the air like a whisper brushing the back of his neck. But when Elias turned, no one was there. He forced himself to focus, working well past dusk. With his gear in place, he sat on a log, pulled out his recorder, and pushed the button. The rustling of leaves, the chirp of crickets, the distant howl of a wolf, just the sounds of the wild. But then a slight distortion rippled through the air. Elias paused. The wind? No, something was different. He leaned closer to the headphones, adjusting the volume, straining to hear above the hum of the forest. And then, clearer than the rustling of the trees, a voice. Elias. The whisper was low, barely a breath, and for a moment, Elias thought he had imagined it. A gust of wind, maybe. But the hairs on his neck stood up, the goosebumps on his arms, prickling. The voice was unmistakable, and it had said his name. His name. He pulled off the headphones, heart hammering in his chest. The night had grown darker. The fire flickered weakly, as if it too felt the weight of the silence around him. The trees loomed, shadows reaching toward him like dark claws. Had someone else been out there? He shook the thought away, trying to tell himself it was just a trick of the mind. After all, this was Idaho, one of the least populated places in the country. There was no one out here, no one for miles. But that voice... Elias glanced toward the tent, his pulse quickening. There was nothing, just the wind. He forced a nervous laugh, but it didn't sound quite right in his ears. Just the wind, he muttered under his breath. He was being ridiculous. He had to be. But as he sat there staring into the forest, a thought nagged at him who had whispered his name. The moment was brief, but the unease lingered, hanging heavy in the air like fog. His fingers tightened around the recorder, his thoughts swirling in the quiet, broken only by the unsettling sounds of the forest that had just grown a little darker, a little deeper. Something in the distance. Was it movement? A shadow shifting between the trees. Elias. The voice came again, but this time it was much closer. The fire crackled weakly in the growing dark, casting long, twitching shadows across the camp. Elias sat, his hands trembling ever so slightly, though he would have never admitted it. He forced himself to focus on the task at hand. The wind had picked up again, groaning through the pines like a hollowed-out, aged creature. Each gust felt deliberate, as if the forest were exhaling in slow, measured breaths. Elias wasn't one for superstition, but even a seasoned researcher like him couldn't ignore the fact that something about tonight felt wrong. He glanced over at his recording equipment, still untouched and perfectly arranged. It seemed almost too still now, as though the devices were waiting for something. Perhaps it was his nerves playing tricks on him, but the closer he looked, the more every tiny detail seemed to shift, as if the forest were watching him, studying his every move. Focus, he reminded himself. Pulling his jacket tighter around his shoulders, Elias went to work, setting up additional microphones and adjusting the placement of the one already running. He wanted to capture every subtle sound, from the smallest rustle of a rodent in the underbrush to the deeper calls of a distant predator. The recording gear was state-of-the-art, built to withstand the harshest conditions. But something about the hum of the microphone, the faint crackling static from his headphones, felt too loud now. Elias adjusted the volume, annoyed at his own sensitivity. Suddenly, a particularly strong gust of wind rattled the branches above, and the shadows in. The forest shifted unnervingly. Elias flinched, but pushed through the unease. He had a job to do. He toggled a few switches on the recording device, and then stood back to listen. The forest symphony resumed. The whisper of wind through the branches, the rustling of leaves, the occasional chirp of insects. Elias sighed in relief. Nothing unusual. And yet, the forest itself felt empty, as though the animals had vacated the area, as though something had chased them away. The silence between the noises seemed unnatural. The woods should have been teeming with life, but instead they felt hollow, as if every living creature in the vicinity had gone into hiding. A shiver crawled down Elias's spine, and he rubbed the back of his neck, forcing himself to look away from the darkening trees. There was no reason for concern. It was just the time of year, temperatures dropping, animals preparing for the long winter. But still, the hair on the back of his neck refused to lie flat. Elias adjusted his position, making his way over to the second set of microphones, which he'd placed further into the forest. The trees here were densely packed, their trunks twisting unnaturally toward the heavens, their branches tangled as if trying to hold secrets within the canopy. The air was thicker, carrying with it a sharp, pungent scent of pine and earth. But beneath it, there was something else, a faint, musty odor that felt wrong, as if something decayed were hiding just beyond the reach of his eyes. He tried to shake off the unease, convinced it was nothing more than the oppressive atmosphere of the place. But his instincts were beginning to hum with an unsettling energy. The equipment was flawless. The readings were clear. The microphones were registering every wind gust, every whisper of movement in the forest. Elias could hear each individual leaf quivering, the birds, the insects, everything. But he froze, one hand still hovering over the microphone, the other gripping the recorder. There it was again, that low, almost imperceptible distortion, the brief crackling. But this time, there was something else. A faint sound beneath the static. A whisper. Elias. His heart slammed against his ribcage. He jerked backward, his breath catching in his throat. The voice was unmistakable, his name. But Elias had double-checked the area before setting up. There was no one out here. His camp was still intact. No signs of movement, no disturbances. Impossible. He pressed the button to rewind the recording, his hands now shaking slightly as he listened to the playback. His own voice, clear, methodical, calm, echoed in his ears. There were no gaps, no interruptions, until that strange distortion. Elias rewound it again, the crackling growing louder in the silence. Then, there it was again. Elias, closer this time. The voice wasn't just in the recording anymore. It felt real. Felt present. The wind outside had picked up, but this voice, this whisper, was unnervingly direct, cutting through the hum of static like a blade through velvet. Elias gritted his teeth and shut off the recorder, his mind racing. It must be interference. The dense forest, the equipment, the humidity, surely that was all it was. Some trick of the sound, some malfunction of the gear. That's all. But then why had it said his name? He turned back to face the darkening woods, the pines stretching like silent sentinels. Something was out there, something he couldn't explain. And for the first time in his life, Elias felt like the woods themselves were watching him, waiting for him to make the next move. The darkness outside Elias's tent thickened, settling into the forest like a heavy, suffocating fog. Even though the night sky was clear, the moon barely pierced through the canopy, as if the trees themselves were intent on hiding the light from him. Elias sat huddled in the corner of his tent, watching the fire outside flicker sporadically. The warmth of the campfire failed to reach him where he sat, trapped by a chill that had crept into his bones and refused to leave. The low murmur of the forest was still there, the rustling of the leaves, the occasional chirp of a night bird. But something was off. Something was missing. The air felt still, too still, and as he sat listening, Elias realized with a strange unease that he could no longer hear the soft hum of distant animal activity. It was as though the whole forest was holding its breath, waiting for something. He reached over to his recorder, running a hand through his hair. The evening had not gone as planned. The soundscape was far too quiet, the wind barely moving the branches above. Even with all his expertise in capturing wildlife, Elias felt the weight of the silence more than he could explain. His instincts buzzed in his head, but he tried to ignore them. He focused instead on the screen of his recorder, watching the lines of data spike and settle in predictable rhythms. But even as he looked at it, he felt something creeping in, the weight of being watched. The thought was absurd. He was miles from the nearest person. There was nothing but miles of wilderness surrounding him, but that didn't stop his skin from prickling. He had seen things in his career, strange behaviors from animals, curious and unexplained phenomena, but none of it had ever felt like this. This was something else. Then, as if to punctuate his thoughts, something shifted in the air. A sound. It started as a faint crackling, like a radio signal trying to find its frequency, lost somewhere in the static. Elias, still lost in his thoughts, thought it was just the wind again. But when the crackling became a steady pulse and his eyes darted toward his recorder, his breath hitched in his throat. A voice. It was impossibly soft at first, barely a whisper, the kind of thing that could be dismissed as a figment of the mind, a trick of the wind, or a passing animal. But no, this wasn't an animal sound. Elias could tell that much. It was too deliberate. It had an unmistakable rhythm to it, a cadence that felt familiar. His name, Elias. The voice was not a howl, nor a bark, nor anything that could be attributed to any creature living in these woods. It was a whisper, slow, purposeful, as though someone was speaking directly into his ear. Elias's heart pounded in his chest, and his first instinct was to shut off the recorder. But curiosity won out. He pressed the button to replay the tape, his eyes wide, his pulse thudding in his temples. There it was again. Elias. Louder this time, but still faint. It seemed to carry with it a weight, a sense of urgency he couldn't explain. Elias's hand hovered over the equipment, unsure whether he should shut it off and call it a night or keep listening, even though the pit in his stomach had turned into a gnawing ache of dread. What was it? The whisper seemed so real. It felt like it was coming from just beyond the fabric of the tent, as if something unseen was standing right there, breathing the air that he breathed. He pulled the headphones off quickly, his skin prickling with the cold sweat that had appeared on the back of his neck. He turned his head, eyes flickering from one corner of the tent to the other, scanning for any sign of movement. But there was nothing. The tent remained still, the wind outside still. No more than a gentle sigh in the trees. No sign of anyone. Still, the whisper lingered in his mind, echoing in the hollow spaces of his thoughts. He closed his eyes for a moment, forcing himself to take slow, deliberate breaths. It's nothing, he told himself. Just the wind playing tricks on your mind. Elias opened his eyes, standing up and stepping to the tent door, suddenly feeling like a caged animal. His legs moved mechanically, each step bringing him closer to the door flap. It was as though some invisible force was drawing him, urging him to look outside. He fumbled with the zipper for a moment, the metallic sound too loud in the quiet night. He paused, then yanked it open. The night air hit him like a slap. Cold, too cold. It wasn't just the temperature, it was something in the atmosphere. The forest beyond his camp, a vast sea of pine and shadow, felt almost unnatural in the way it stood there, silent and unmoving, as though it had forgotten how to breathe. The crackling of the fire was all he could hear now, too loud, too harsh. The light from the flames painted the trunks of the trees in harsh orange, but beyond the firelight, the woods were an impenetrable black. Elias squinted into the darkness. He could hear nothing. No birds, no rustling of small animals, only the whisper of wind through the pines. But that wasn't enough to comfort him. Something was wrong. He could feel it now, deep in his bones. This place was empty. There was no life. No movement. He stepped outside the tent, careful to keep his flashlight aimed low, not wanting to break the fragile silence. The beam cut through the darkness, dancing across the underbrush and rocks. Nothing. He swallowed, his throat dry. The air felt wrong, as if the forest itself was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. It's just nerves, he thought again. But the whisper, Elias, still echoed in his mind. It sounded so clear, so close. The wind picked up again, rustling the branches above him, but Elias didn't flinch. He was too distracted by the noise. The crackling of the wind was so strong that for a moment he thought it was mocking him, almost as if it had heard him. Then, there it was again. A sharp, deliberate whisper, just barely cutting through. The wind just barely above the hum of the trees. Elias. Louder. Closer. Elias's heart skipped a beat. His breath caught in his throat. He spun around, his flashlight sweeping across the empty space, desperately searching for the source. There was nothing, and yet he felt it. The sensation of being watched, the presence that was not quite there, but just out of sight. A low thud sounded in the distance, somewhere behind him in the blackness. It was followed by another, and then another, like something or someone was walking just beyond his range of vision. Elias froze. The whisper came, again louder this time. Elias, come closer. The air seemed to tighten, pressing in around him, and he felt a compulsion in his chest, a deep, primal urge to follow the voice. Something in him screamed to turn away, but his body refused to listen. He took a slow step forward. His feet felt heavy, reluctant, like they were moving on their own accord. With every step, the voice became clearer, its edges more distinct, more insistent. It was not the wind. Elias's mind spun. He had been alone in these woods for days now. No other campers, no hikers. The wilderness was meant to be empty, so what was calling him? He took another step. The whisper was growing louder now, wrapping itself around his thoughts like a tightening rope. Come closer, Elias. We are waiting. And then, just as abruptly as it had started, the whisper stopped. The night was deathly still. Elias stood, frozen, breath shallow, his eyes darting to every shadow around him. His pulse thundered in his ears. The silence felt wrong now. And that's when he heard it. Behind him, a faint rustling, the shuffle of feet, a breath, the unmistakable sound of someone or something moving just out of sight. Elias whipped around, his heart now in his throat. Elias stood there, heart racing, the beam of his flashlight slicing through the dense, inky blackness that surrounded him. His mind scrambled, desperate to make sense of the eerie quiet, the unsettling stillness that now permeated the forest. He tried to focus on the sounds, the soft rustle of the trees swaying in the wind, the distant chirp of a night bird, but none of it felt real. The world felt wrong. Just an animal, he told himself, just an animal. But the rustling, the distinct shuffle of something or someone was too deliberate, too close. Elias could feel the blood draining from his face, his breath quickening as his eyes darted from one shadow to another, desperately trying to find a shape, a figure, something that could explain the sound. But the forest was just shadows and whispers. He took another step, and then another, his boots crunching softly on the dry earth. The flashlight flickered, as if it too sensed the disturbance in the air, and Elias quickly tapped it against his palm, urging the light back into steady brilliance. Another rustle. Too close. He spun toward the noise, but nothing was there. The darkness yawned at him, oppressive and thick, as if the night itself were a living thing, swallowing up any trace of movement, any trace of life. Elias felt like he was trapped in some twisted version of reality, one where the laws of nature didn't apply. The wind seemed to swirl around him, pulling at his jacket, tugging at his skin, as if it were alive, playing a game with him. His flashlight was the only thing keeping the void at bay, and the light quivered with every breath the wind took. Then, from just beyond the beam's reach, a voice, a whisper, the same low, hollow sound that had invaded his thoughts earlier. Elias, you're so close now. It was closer this time. So close that Elias could feel the warmth of its breath, could almost smell it. A dank, musky scent that reminded him of rot. His stomach lurched and he staggered back a step, as though he could escape it by moving away. But there was nowhere to run. The trees surrounded him, tall and unmoving, their branches like skeletal fingers reaching down, grabbing at him, closing in. Elias took a few deep breaths, forcing his body to calm, his mind to focus. It's not real. It's just the wilderness, the isolation playing tricks on you. It's the wind, the acoustics of the forest. But his rational mind couldn't deny the gnawing fear in his chest. Something was wrong. He felt it now, not just in his head, but in his bones. The forest wasn't just empty, it was waiting. It was waiting for something to happen. He spun around again, eyes scanning, but the only thing he saw was the endless, oppressive darkness. The shadows felt too thick, too alive, and in the distance he thought he saw something. Just a flicker of movement, a shape darting between the trees. Without thinking, Elias began to move toward it. His steps were slow at first, hesitant, but the instinct to follow, to uncover what was hidden in the shadows, grew stronger with every second. His feet seemed to move on their own, and before he knew it, he was walking deeper into the woods, the trees closing in on either side. The whisper came again. Elias, come closer. This time, it was unmistakable. There was no mistaking the voice. It was deep, raspy, but somehow filled with a sinister sweetness. It wasn't the wind. It wasn't the trees. It was something else. Something otherworldly. He stopped abruptly, his heart hammering in his chest. His breath came in ragged bursts. The forest felt alive now, the very air thick with anticipation. The shadows stretched out before him like fingers, grasping at him, pulling him in. Elias turned back. The camp was a distant memory now, too far behind, too unreachable. The trail that had led him into these woods was gone, swallowed by the overwhelming darkness. He had no idea where he was anymore. The trees were different here, older, twisted in unnatural shapes. They loomed like silent sentinels, their branches hanging low, their bark slick with something damp and unnatural. The ground beneath him was soft, spongy, like it was absorbing every footstep, as though it didn't want him to leave. He had to get back. He had to. But before he could turn around, a figure emerged from the darkness. A man. Or what looked like a man. He was tall, impossibly tall, with limbs that seemed to stretch unnaturally, too long, too thin. His face was obscured by shadows, his features impossible to make out. But Elias felt the presence of something ancient and hungry, radiating from him. The figure didn't move, not at first. It simply stood there, its form flickering between the trees like a mirage. The wind stopped. The forest held its breath. Even the whispers fell silent, as though the world itself was afraid to speak. Elias froze. The figure's eyes, if they could be called eyes, flared open, two dark pits that seemed to absorb the light around them. For a moment, Elias thought they were simply black voids, nothing but emptiness. But as he stared, he realized they were full of something else, a darkness that pulsed with energy, as though the very essence of the forest itself was trapped. Inside them, the thing, tilted its head, its long neck bending at an unnatural angle. The air seemed to crackle around it, charged with an eerie energy. And for a brief moment, Elias was certain he could hear it laughing, though there were no sounds. Just a feeling, like the space between the trees was vibrating with some unspoken joke. And then, in a voice that seemed to echo from deep within the earth, it spoke. "You've come too far, Elias." The words slid into his mind like a cold knife, chilling him to the bone. He opened his mouth to speak, but no sound came out. His breath caught in his throat, trapped in the cold grip of fear. The figure stepped forward, slowly, deliberately. Each movement was fluid, unnatural, like the thing was no longer bound by the rules of reality. The shadows seemed to cling to it as though it was part of the night itself, pulling its shape from the depths of the darkness. Elias could feel the weight of its presence, its hunger, as it drew closer, its long fingers reaching toward him, like they could stretch across the very air. He staggered back, his feet stumbling over the uneven forest floor. His heart raced in his chest, but he couldn't move. His body was frozen in place like he was rooted to the ground. The air around him felt heavy, thick, with something foul, something ancient. The scent of decay, of death, of something long forgotten. "You've awakened it," the figure whispered. Elias's chest constricted. He gasped for breath, the world spinning around him. The forest, the trees, the shadows, they were closing in. The figure was getting closer, and with every step it took, the ground beneath Elias's feet seemed to sink a little deeper, as if the very earth was pulling him in, eager to claim him. His pulse thundered in his ears, and suddenly everything seemed too loud. The sound of his own breath, ragged and shallow, filled the silence. He couldn't breathe, couldn't think. It's too late now. And then The figure's mouth opened. Not a human mouth, no. This was something else. The black voids in its face twisted, pulled apart, revealing a gaping maw filled with rows of jagged teeth that seemed to stretch into infinity. Elias screamed, but the sound was swallowed by the darkness. Elias's scream caught in his throat, strangled by the suffocating darkness. The mouth of the thing, if it could be called a mouth, yawned wide, impossibly wide, as though it had been waiting for that exact moment. The jagged teeth stretched into a void that seemed to go on forever, pulling the very light from the air. The trees, the night, the forest, everything around him began to distort, as if reality itself were bending, warping under the pressure of the thing's presence. He tried to move, to break free, but his limbs wouldn't obey him. It was like the earth had become liquid, sucking him in, pulling at his very soul. The air around him thickened, became viscous, clinging to his skin like tar. His breath came in sharp, shallow gasps, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't seem to draw in enough oxygen. The weight of the atmosphere was pressing down on him, suffocating him, as if the very fabric of the world was folding in around him, shrinking the space he had left to exist. The thing's eyes, those impossible bottomless pits, were locked on him, but Elias couldn't tear his gaze away. There was no escape. It was as if the darkness within those eyes was pulling him in, inch by inch, slowly, inexorably. His mind screamed at him to look away, to run, to do anything, but it was too late. The blackness from those eyes was now inside him, settling into the deepest corners of his thoughts, flickering behind his eyelids, and then, in the deafening silence that followed, it spoke again. "You should never have come here, Elias." The voice was no longer the faint whisper from before. Now it was an insidious hum, like the resonance of the earth's bones vibrating through his chest, shaking his very core. It felt as though it was reaching inside him, pulling at something, deep inside, something he hadn't even known was there. He shook his head as though trying to wake up from a terrible dream. But this was no dream. He could feel it, deep in his gut, the coldness creeping up his spine, the sense of something ancient, something forgotten, that had been buried here in these woods for far too long. The figure took a step closer, its limbs unnaturally long, as though they didn't belong to a human body. Each movement was fluid, eerily graceful, like it had no need for bones, no need for muscles. It was part of the forest itself, an extension of the trees, the shadows, the night. The thing was the forest, and the forest was it. Elias's head spun. He couldn't think. He couldn't process what he was seeing, what was happening. His mouth opened, but the words were lost, choked by the air in his lungs. His mind felt like it was unraveling, coming undone in a way he couldn't explain. And all the while, the thing's eyes, those impossible black pits, burned into him, pulling his thoughts into a void, one he could not escape. He staggered backward, his boots sliding on the damp forest floor, and for a split second, he thought he might actually make it. The thing was still moving slowly, deliberately toward him, its grin widening like a rift in the universe itself. But the dread was too heavy, too overwhelming. It had already consumed him, already seeped into his mind, and now there was no way out. And then, as he took one final step back, the ground beneath him gave way. Elias cried out as his foot sank deeper into the forest floor. He tried to scramble, to pull himself free, but his foot was trapped, caught in the dark, wet earth. The pressure of the thing's presence pressed down on him even harder, suffocating him, as though the world itself had turned against him. And there was nothing left but the unrelenting force of the darkness closing in. It was here, it's too late. The words whispered through his mind like a prophecy. His stomach twisted with dread, and in that instant, the sensation of something crawling, slithering across his skin, beneath his clothes, gripped him. He gasped, his breath coming in erratic bursts, but the feeling only intensified. The thing was moving, its presence wrapping around him, suffocating him, pulling him deeper into the abyss. The figure loomed over him now, its towering form blotting out what little light remained in the forest. Elias's pulse thundered in his ears as the creature's grin grew impossibly wider, stretching from ear to ear, its jagged teeth gleaming in the faint glow of his dying flashlight. The void that had once been its mouth seemed to expand, as though it could consume him whole. And then, just when Elias thought he would lose himself entirely to the darkness, the figure spoke again, its voice like 1,000 whispers all blending together into a single, guttural sound. "You've awakened me." The ground beneath Elias shifted, the earth splitting open, pulling him downward as though it was eager to swallow him whole. He cried out, his fingers clawing at the soil, but the more he struggled, the more the earth seemed to tighten around him, refusing to let him escape. This is it. The thought burned in his mind like a cold fire. There was no way out. The thing had him, and it wasn't going to let him go. It had been waiting for someone like him, someone who could stumble into this forgotten corner of the world and awaken it. And now, there was nothing left but the slow, inevitable descent into the black abyss. Elias's body went limp as the ground swallowed him deeper, his heart pounding in his chest. His breath came in gasps, the cold air rushing past him as the earth continued to pull him down, further into the darkness. But as he fell, a sudden sharp pain tore through his chest. His breath hitched, his vision blurring as the ground twisted beneath him. His body felt like it was being torn in two, ripped apart from the inside. Something was inside him now. He could feel it, moving, writhing in his skin, and then as everything seemed to dissolve into blackness, he heard it. The whisper. But it wasn't from the creature. This whisper was familiar, soft. Elias, the voice that had once called to him in the quiet of the night. The voice that had welcomed him to this place. Elias, come back. And then, suddenly, everything went quiet. Elias's body hung in the abyss, suspended between the oppressive blackness of the earth and the suffocating air around him. Time felt strange here, slow, yet suffocatingly fast, as though every heartbeat was the last he would ever feel. His chest ached, and he couldn't decide if the pain was real or just part of the nightmare consuming him. He wanted to scream, but his throat was dry, cracked, as if he hadn't spoken in days, or perhaps centuries. The voice, his name, lingered in the air around him, whispering, beckoning. Elias, come back. It was his name, but not in the way. He remembered it. The words felt like a force, pulling him, dragging him through the heavy blackness. He could hear the rustle of leaves, the crack of twigs breaking underfoot. Was someone coming for him? No. The air was thick with the same foul, rotten stench, the scent of decay, of death. His body jerked involuntarily, as though his instincts recognized the truth before his mind could. He wasn't alone. He was being watched. He twisted his head, struggling to free his body from the invisible chains that held him. His skin felt tight, his muscles taut with the effort to move, but it was as if something far greater than him, something ancient and powerful, held him still shackled in place. He fought, desperate for release, but every time he tried, the pressure on his chest only grew heavier, suffocating him from the inside out. And then, like a wave crashing over him, the pain hit again. It came from deep within, a pulsing ache that started in his chest and radiated outward, spreading through his limbs, his bones, his very soul. It was as if something was growing, something inside him, tearing at the fabric of who he was, stretching him thinner, thinner, until he was no longer Elias, the wildlife researcher, the man with a name, but a vessel for something far darker, something ancient, something with roots deeper than the earth itself. A scream tore from his throat, but it was cut short by the earth itself, which seemed to absorb it, damp and cold, swallowing the sound as though it had never existed. His mind spiraled. Was he going mad? Had he already lost his grip on reality, lost his sense of self to the thing beneath the surface? The voice, familiar, yet distant, came again. And this time, Elias understood. It wasn't the thing. It wasn't the entity that had taken form. In front of him, it was him. It was the forest. Come back. You've always belonged to us. The words echoed in his mind, twisting and distorting like the wind howling through an open window. A part of him fought the truth, the darkness gnawing at the edge of his thoughts, but another part, something older, something primal, seemed to pull him closer to the idea. The forest had always been here, waiting. It had always been a part of him, buried beneath layers of reason and science. The research, the wildlife, the maps, it had all been a cover, a distraction. This place was always waiting for him, always drawing him closer, and now it was calling him home. And with that understanding came the crushing weight of revelation. The forest was not just a place. It was alive. It was a living thing that had been here before him, and it would be here long after. It had no name, no clear form, but it was ancient, its roots winding deep into the earth, intertwined with every tree, every stone, every creature that had ever walked, crawled, or flown. Beneath the canopy, it was not some dark god or entity from folklore. No, this forest, this cursed place, was the god. The forest was its own force, and Elias, in all his curiosity and arrogance, had stumbled upon it. The sharp pain in his chest flared again, but this time it didn't feel like something tearing him apart. No, it felt like something awakening. Elias gasped, his lungs filling with air that tasted of rot and wet earth, his vision blurring as the darkness swirled around him like thick fog. His heart hammered. The pain now felt natural, like a missing piece of himself had been found and was being reconnected, restored. A part of him was awakening to something that had always been there, buried in the deepest corners of his mind, his being. And then he felt it. Something inside him, something alive, began to crawl through his veins, threading through his blood. It was like fire and ice at once, suffusing him with a knowledge he didn't want, didn't understand. The forest had claimed him just as it had claimed so many before, and now he was a part of it. But more than that, he had become it. He opened his mouth, but no sound came out. Instead, the forest around him answered. The trees groaned, the wind howled, and the ground trembled as though a mighty force was stirring beneath. The whispering voices of the ancient pines, voices of the dead, of those who had wandered too deep into this cursed wilderness, began to rise in unison. Welcome home, Elias. And in that moment, the earth split wide open beneath him. The air shifted again, and Elias was falling into the center of the darkness, deeper than before, farther than any human being had ever gone. The force of the fall was unlike anything he'd experienced. His body tumbled through space like a rag doll being tossed about by some unseen hand. The air grew colder, the silence more profound. He felt weightless, as though he had passed beyond the veil that separated the living from the dead. And then he landed. Hard. The ground beneath him was slick and wet, the sound of his body hitting it a sickening thud that echoed in his ears. His limbs were heavy, aching, but he no longer felt the pain, not in the way he used to. The new sensation was something else entirely, something both familiar and alien, like waking from a dream and realizing that the dream had always been real. Elias opened his eyes, blinking against the dark. The world around him was different. The shadows seemed deeper, the colors darker, as though the world had shifted in a way that couldn't be explained. But then again, Elias didn't need an explanation. He understood. The forest had given him the understanding, the knowledge, the truth. He wasn't alone anymore. No, Elias was a part of something greater now, something that pulsed beneath the roots of the trees, in the very soil beneath his feet. It was in his blood, in his veins, spreading through him like wildfire, a fever that would never die. As he stood up, the weight of the darkness clung to him. His fingers twitched as if they were made of something different, something other. The air was thick with energy, with the pulse of the forest, and then he heard it again. The voice. "We have always been here, Elias." And this time, he didn't resist. The air around Elias was thick, heavy with the scent of damp earth and the sharp tang of decay. His heart thudded in his chest, but it wasn't the same heartbeat anymore. No, this was deeper, slower, more primal, as if his body had been attuned to a different rhythm altogether, one that hummed in harmony with the earth beneath his feet. The forest. It had him now. The realization bloomed in him like a dark flower. The trees swayed above, their branches whispering in a language too ancient for his human mind to fully grasp. The whispers were no longer just sounds. They were thoughts, and they crawled into his mind like 1,000 tiny, insidious insects. Elias could feel them gnawing at him, digging into the places where his old identity, his old self, used to hide. But it wasn't just the whispers. It was the pull toward the heart of the forest, toward something deeper, a place where the roots of the trees tangled like veins in the earth, a place where the boundaries between the living and the dead no longer existed. The ground beneath his feet felt alive, breathing with him like an extension of his own body. Every step he took was accompanied by the faint sensation of something brushing against his skin, the edges of his consciousness constantly fraying. Elias turned his head, his eyes darting through the shadows. He didn't know why. Perhaps it was a remnant of the man he had been, but he still searched for an escape. Somewhere, deep in the recesses of his mind, a voice that had once been his own still whispered, pleading for him to fight. But the darkness around him was too thick, too vast to escape. He couldn't even remember why he wanted to leave anymore. He belonged here now. As his feet shuffled forward, the forest seemed to open up before him. The trees, thick and twisted, parted just enough for him to pass through, guiding him along an invisible path. The earth seemed to rise up to meet him, offering its soft, wet embrace, pulling him toward an ancient altar. There, at the heart of the forest, was a clearing, a place that looked almost untouched by time. The air here felt wrong, heavy, suffused with a presence that was both foreign and familiar. The altar was unlike anything he'd ever seen. It was not a stone structure like those in ancient ruins, nor a crumbled monument lost to time. No, this was alive, grown from the earth itself. Roots and vines twisted together to form a large circular platform, the edges lined with dark, mottled stone that looked more like the remnants of something once human. In the center, a pulsing red glow illuminated the scene, a light that seemed to breathe in and out, slow and rhythmic. Elias's feet moved of their own accord, the pull too strong to resist now. He stepped into the clearing, and immediately, the whispers rose to a fever pitch, louder and louder, until the sound filled every corner of his mind. The ancient language was no longer a murmur. It was now a chorus, a symphony of voices from every direction. His thoughts fragmented, slipping between realities. A dark presence loomed over him, a shadow too vast to comprehend. It was not something. visible, but something felt, like the weight of the world, settling onto his shoulders, crushing him into submission. Yet there was no fear. Elias's body no longer responded to fear the way it once had. There was only acceptance. Then a low, resonant voice, deep and endless, reverberated through the ground beneath him. "You are here." It wasn't a question. It was a statement, an acknowledgement. Elias opened his mouth to speak, but his voice failed him, swallowed up by the immensity of the presence. His hands clenched at his sides, his fingers digging into his palms until the skin split and blood trickled down his wrists. But it didn't hurt. Nothing hurt. The voice came again, clearer. This time, it wasn't just the forest that spoke. It was the forest inside him. A terrible, cold laugh echoed through the clearing as the voice echoed in his mind. "You have awakened the old pacts, Elias. The pact your ancestors made long before you were born." The truth was dawning on him. A revelation so profound that it shattered the fragments of his sanity. His blood ran cold, and yet he stood frozen, his body no longer his own. The forest had always been waiting for someone like him, waiting for the bloodline that had been marked, chosen, to walk through the veil, to become the conduit between the earth and the beyond. His name had always been written in the roots, etched into the soil of this land long before he was born. And now he was here, standing at the altar of his fate. His ancestors had known this day would come. Elias's head swam with images, flashes of memories that weren't his own. He saw figures in the trees, shadows moving in the corners of his mind, men and women, ancient and wise, standing beneath the full moon, chanting in that same forgotten language. They had made a pact, a promise to the forest, to the ancient being that had slumbered in its depths. They had pledged their bloodline, their souls, to it. And now, Elias had come to fulfill that promise. The ground trembled beneath him as the altar pulsed again, its red glow growing brighter. From within the earth, roots began to rise, wrapping around his ankles, pulling him toward the center of the altar. The branches of the trees above him seemed to bend inward, their leaves rustling with the force of 1,000 whispers. The voices grew louder, as though they were coming from within him now, swirling around his mind, tearing apart the last vestiges of his humanity. The words were no longer in the language of man. They were something other, something too ancient for his mind to comprehend. But he understood. The pact had been made. The price had been paid, and now it was time for him to join. Elias felt the ground shift beneath him as his body was pulled deeper into the roots. His skin burned as the earth's energy flowed into him, filling his veins, crawling through his bones, binding him to the forest in a way that was both agonizing and euphoric. It was no longer a question of if he would join, it was how. His flesh began to shift, his bones creaking, elongating as the earth consumed him, and then there was silence. The forest seemed to hold its breath, and finally, the voice came once more. "You are one of us now, Elias." And in that moment, Elias understood. His name was no longer Elias. He was no longer the man who had once walked the earth, exploring the wilderness. He was something greater, something ancient, something entwined with the forest, with the roots, with the eternal darkness that whispered from the depths. He had become the forest itself. The red light from the altar flickered, then dimmed, and the whispers faded into a peaceful, eternal hum. The world around him had changed. The night was still. The trees towered above him like silent sentinels, watching, waiting, as the roots of the forest spread farther than he could see. And as Elias looked out across the endless expanse of trees, he felt a strange satisfaction. The pact had been fulfilled. The forest had claimed him, and in the silence of that dark, endless night, The ancient entity stirred within the earth, its slumber once again complete. Elias stood at the heart of the forest, or perhaps it stood at the heart of him. The boundary between his own mind and the world around him had blurred. He no longer knew where the forest ended and where he began. His body, his human form, was barely more than a distant memory, a whisper of something long past. He was one with the trees, one with the roots that dug deep into the earth, wrapping around the bones of the earth like ancient tendrils. The night was thick with a sense of time slipping away, years, centuries, or perhaps just moments. It didn't matter. Time had become irrelevant in this place. Everything had become irrelevant. The forest was alive. Not just alive in the way that the trees swayed in the wind or the leaves rustled underfoot, but alive in the deepest sense of the word. It breathed, it pulsed, it watched. Every leaf, every branch, every creature was a reflection of the larger consciousness that held this land in its dark embrace. Elias could feel it, could feel the silent gaze of the forest stretching into every corner of his mind, into the spaces he had never dared to venture. And then the whispers returned. "You are the watcher now." It wasn't just the trees speaking to him, or the wind, or the creatures of the forest. No, this was something far older, far deeper than any of those. It was the voice of the land itself, the voice of the earth, resonating in every particle of his being. The words slid into him like oil, slick and smooth, spreading through his veins, coloring his every thought. He was the watcher now, the watcher of the forest, the eternal guardian of this sacred, forsaken land. And as the voice spoke to him, as it filled him, Elias understood the truth. The pact that had been made so long ago wasn't just about the forest gaining a new servant. No. The pact had been about continuity, about maintaining the balance between the living and the dead, the seen and the unseen. The forest needed someone to watch over it, someone to guard its secrets, its mysteries. The forest needed a conduit, a being who could straddle the line between the natural world and the world beyond, someone who could keep the balance intact and protect its ancient power. And that someone was Elias. His soul, his essence, had been reborn into this role. His human life had been a passing thing, a fleeting moment in the grand, timeless cycle of the earth. But now he was part of something far greater than himself. He was the keeper of the forest's memory, the one who would guard its heart against any who would dare trespass. He was the one who would guide the lost, punish the foolish, and watch over the cursed land that had been his birthright all along. The watcher never sleeps. The voice coiled around him, entwining itself with the rhythm of his thoughts. And neither will you. The thought came to him, how long had he been standing here? How long had he been a part of this eternal cycle of watching and waiting? Had it been minutes, hours, days? It was impossible to say. The forest had no sense of time, no concept of days or years or seasons. It only knew what was necessary to maintain the balance. Elias's thoughts turned inward. He thought of the man he had been, the researcher who had come to the wilderness seeking knowledge, seeking answers. He thought of the research journals, the maps, the equipment, the entire life he had left behind. It all felt so small now, so irrelevant. What was the point of cataloging creatures or observing ecosystems when the true nature of existence was so much darker, so much more profound? His gaze shifted upward to the canopy, the thick layers of leaves above, where the stars seemed dim and distant. There was no moon tonight. The forest was swallowed in a blanket of shadow, as if the very sky had become part of the darkness. But Elias wasn't afraid. He understood. The forest wasn't just a place, it was a living thing, a force that had existed before humanity had walked the earth and would continue long after they were gone. It was as old as the bones of the world, older than civilization, older than the very idea of time itself. And now Elias was its guardian, its vessel. Suddenly, a sharp, jagged thought pierced his consciousness. A memory, a voice. He thought of the others, the researcher who had come before him, the man who had stood at the edge of the same clearing, gazing at the altar just as Elias had, feeling the same pull in his chest. The man who had sought to understand the dark power of the forest, the power that lurked beneath the surface, hidden from the world. The one who had come too close, the one who had seen too much. The one who had made the same fateful decision Elias had made, the one who had disappeared. And then Elias understood. The Watcher, it wasn't a position given to just anyone. It was a role that passed from one to another. The previous Watcher's soul was not consumed, not destroyed. No, the previous Watcher became part of the forest. Their essence was absorbed into the roots, into the soil, into the very air, and in return a new soul was chosen. A new Watcher was born from the forest itself. The others had been chosen too, and just as quickly as the thought had come, Elias felt a sudden pressure in his chest. A coldness spread through his veins. He wasn't alone in his mind, not anymore. The previous Watcher's presence filled him like a second skin, merging with him. It was the presence of the one who had come before, the one who had left behind whispers of their own in the wind. Their voice, their thoughts, their very essence now mingled with his, filling his consciousness, expanding his understanding of what it meant to be the eternal Watcher. He wasn't Elias anymore, not in the way he had been. He was the forest. He was its heart, and he was its memory. The voice returned, stronger than before. You are the Watcher, Elias, now and forever. Your task is endless. You will guard the balance, you will protect the veil, and you will watch. It wasn't just the forest speaking now. It was the memory of all the Watchers before him. Their thoughts and experiences had merged with his, becoming one. They were him now, and he was them. He could feel their emotions, their desires, their regrets, their pains. The weight of their eternal vigilance pressed upon him, but it wasn't a burden. It was a truth. And then, with that realization, Elias, or whatever he had become, understood his duty. He understood the nature of the forest. The forest was not simply alive. It was a sentience, a living consciousness that required protection. The veil between life and death, between the living world and the beyond, had to be kept intact. The Watcher had always stood as a guardian of that veil. The Watcher's role was to ensure that no one crossed it, no one wandered into the forbidden spaces between the worlds. No one sought the dark power that rested beneath the forest, waiting for the right soul to awaken it. Elias was that soul, and now he would watch. From the shadows, from the spaces between the trees, from the very air itself. He would see all who ventured too close to the heart of the forest, and he would decide their fate. Elias turned, the weight of his new identity settling around him like a cloak as he began his eternal vigil. There would be no rest. There would be no escape. The forest would always need a Watcher, and he was the one who had been chosen. The ground beneath him trembled in quiet approval, and the wind whispered through the trees, carrying the voice of the ancient Watchers. You are not alone, Elias. You never were. And with that, the forest settled into a deep, timeless silence. For the first time since the pact had been made, Elias could feel the weight of the centuries pressing down on him. He was no longer just a part of the forest, no longer simply a Watcher of the world. He had become the forest, an extension of its will, its very spirit. And yet, despite the profound change, there was a gnawing emptiness that lingered in the hollow of his chest. It wasn't a physical emptiness. Nor was it the absence of the man he had been. It was something deeper, something older. In his heart, Elias could sense it, the lingering presence of the ancient force that had shaped the Watchers before him, a force that existed beyond the realms of human understanding. The forest had changed him, yes, but there was something else, something unspeakable that he was meant to protect, something beneath the earth, hidden in the roots, buried in the darkness. A malevolent force that no one, not even the Watchers, had ever fully comprehended, and it was beginning to stir. As Elias moved deeper into the forest, he became keenly aware of the passage of time, or rather the lack of it. The forest seemed to stretch on forever. The trees were older than the stars, and the air was thick with the scent of decay and rebirth. Every step he took felt as though he was sinking deeper into a dream, the line between reality and fantasy blurring until nothing felt real at all. The forest had no seasons, no days or nights. It existed in a perpetual state of twilight. The moon had long since abandoned the sky, leaving only the dim glow of the red altar to cast its eerie light on the path. In the absence of time, Elias's mind wandered, drawn into thoughts that were not his own, thoughts that echoed from the voices of previous Watchers and those who had come before them. They spoke of the force beneath the earth, of the thing that lay dormant, its hunger slowly growing. It had always been there, buried in the deep places of the world, waiting, watching. But now, with Elias as its new guardian, its appetite had begun to awaken, and there was little time left before it would rise again. Elias could feel the vibrations of the earth, a faint pulse beneath his feet, like the beating of a heart far larger than any human's. The ground was shifting, stirring in its eternal slumber, and he knew, without understanding how he knew, that the ancient presence that had once been bound was no longer content to stay hidden. It was calling to him. Now the whispers, faint at first, began to gather once more, curling around him like the mist that crept through the trees in the early hours of dawn. His name was not called this time, nor were the whispers seeking his attention in the way they had before. No, this time they were a warning. "It is coming," they whispered, each voice fragmented and broken, as though speaking from a great distance. "The Watcher, you must prepare." Elias felt his chest tighten as he pressed forward, feeling the weight of the voices pressing down on him. They were growing louder, more frantic. He had no choice now but to follow them, as though his very being were drawn by an invisible thread that led him deeper into the heart of the forest. The trees parted as he passed, their branches swaying in unnatural rhythm, as if acknowledging his presence. But they too seemed unsettled. The closer he drew to the heart of the forest, the thicker the air became. A sense of unease rolled over him like a wave, and his mind raced with questions he was unable to answer. Suddenly the path before him narrowed, leading him into a shadowed clearing. There the ground was cracked and scarred, the earth rent open as though something had been trying to break free. The red glow of the altar flickered faintly in the distance, but it was not the altar that held his gaze now. There, in the center of the clearing, stood a figure. The shape was barely more than a shadow, tall and elongated, its form shrouded in the kind of darkness that seemed to devour light. For a moment, Elias's breath caught in his throat. This was it. This was the force the Watchers had spoken of, the entity that lurked in the deep places, the one whose awakening would bring an end to everything. He could feel it now, pulsing through the ground beneath him, reaching into his very bones, as if it were testing him, probing for weakness. The figure was tall, impossibly tall, and its presence seemed to stretch the fabric of reality itself. Its face, or what Elias could feel was its face, was shrouded in shadow. But there was something about it that made his heart race, something that told him this was not an entity of flesh and blood. No, This was something older, something that had never known the warmth of the sun. Its body, if it could be called a body, seemed to shimmer, to flicker like a reflection in dark water. Elias could feel the tendrils of fear creeping into his mind. But there was something else, something even stronger. A pull. The darkness, the entity, called to him in a way that felt familiar. He could feel the bonds of the pact between him and the forest tightening, binding him to this ancient force, and yet he felt no true control. The pact was more than just a promise. It was a tether, an anchor to a world beyond his comprehension, a link between the realm of the living and the realm of the dead. And now it was his duty to protect that link. But the entity, it was something else entirely. The whispers filled his mind once more, louder than before, but they were no longer warnings. It is waking. You must stop it. The words clattered together like 1,000 stones falling down a mountain. The urgency was unmistakable. The entity's presence swelled, and Elias felt the weight of its power, a crushing, unbearable force that seemed to radiate from the ground itself, filling the clearing with a palpable tension. Elias stepped forward, drawn by the force of the thing that stood before him. But the closer he came, the stronger the sensation of dread became. There was something wrong here, something that should not have been. He could feel it in his very soul, a sickness that curled at the edges of his consciousness. And yet the whispers, his ancestors, told him that this was his destiny. This was the moment he had been chosen for. He had no choice. The figure in the clearing seemed to shift, its dark tendrils of shadow writhing in the air like serpents. And for the first time since the pact had been made, Elias heard it speak. You are the Watcher, but you are not the only one. The words filled the air like thunder, shaking the ground beneath his feet, and Elias staggered back, his heart pounding in his chest. This was not the entity he had expected. This was not the ancient force of the forest alone. There was something else here. Something darker, something older. A force that had existed before even the trees. And then the darkness moved. The ground trembled again, the earth splitting open with a deafening crack. The figure in front of Elias began to dissolve, unraveling like mist in the wind. But as it did, something far worse began to emerge. Something from the depths. Something vast. Something that would not be controlled. And it was looking directly at him. The entity's gaze was an abyss, a chasm of utter darkness, where there were no stars, no light, only the consuming weight of an infinite nothing. Elias felt it first in his chest, that crushing pressure, as though the air itself were being drawn out of him. His limbs went numb, and a chill crawled up his spine, colder than any wind he had ever known, colder than death itself. The shadows that had surrounded the figure in the clearing began to pulse, undulating like liquid darkness. They seemed to liquefy and reform in patterns too chaotic, too alien for his mind to comprehend. Elias felt the pull of it, the lure of the emptiness that stretched beyond time and reason. There was no escaping it, no place to run, no safe place to hide. He was within it now, inside it. The forest around him had gone silent, as though holding its breath, waiting for what would come next. The ground beneath his feet trembled again, more violently this time, and the altar, his altar, the one he had protected, the one that had anchored him to the forest, flickered with a strange, sickly light. Its red glow grew sharper, brighter, casting long, sharp shadows across the clearing. And in the center of it all stood that thing, the dark entity that had once been only a whisper in the wind, a shadow in the forest, but now it had grown too large, too powerful to remain hidden. It was here, and now it was awake. Elias's heart pounded in his ears as he tried to take a step backward, his body locked in place by the overwhelming presence of the thing in front of him. He couldn't breathe, he couldn't think. His vision blurred, the trees around him turning into a smear of shapes and colors, twisting in ways that made no sense. But it wasn't the forest that was warping. It was him. The realization slammed into him with brutal clarity, the pact, the transformation, the role he had taken as the Watcher. It hadn't been an elevation. No, it had been a trap. He had been bound to this place, this forest, yes, but it wasn't a guardian he had become. He had become a vessel, a conduit for something ancient, something that had never truly been bound in the first place, something that had been waiting for someone like him. The shadow in the clearing writhed as if it were aware of his thoughts, as if it were feeding on his fear. Its presence filled the clearing, expanding, reaching into the earth, stretching its influence out like the tendrils of a root. A low hum emanated from the very center of the void, a sound that scraped at the edges of his mind, turning his thoughts into a broken, jagged mess. The hum grew louder, building to a deafening roar that seemed to pulse through every inch of him. And then it spoke. "You are the Watcher. You were always meant to be." Its voice was deep, resonant, an echo of 1,000 forgotten memories, the voice of the land itself, only twisted, corrupted. But you were never meant to protect. You were meant to serve. Elias stumbled back, his breath caught in his throat. Serve? What did it mean? The darkness in front of him twisted, taking on an almost humanoid shape. At first, the form was a mere silhouette, shifting and undulating like smoke. But as it continued to grow, it became more defined, more solid. At first, it seemed to have no real shape at all. Its edges were constantly shifting like water in a storm. And then it clicked. Its outline became a figure, not one of flesh, but something older, something other. It was an abomination, a twisted thing, as if the shadows that had taken on a form that could barely comprehend the shape of a human body. It had too many limbs, too many eyes, too many mouths, all twitching and snapping like hungry insects. Its skin, if it could be called skin, was a shifting, pulsing mass of darkness, a chaotic void that seemed to swallow the very light that touched it. And yet, Elias could not tear his gaze away. "You feel it, don't you?" The entity's voice rasped like 1,000 grating stones, and Elias felt something stir deep inside him, something primal. The hunger, the need, the thirst for something greater than this world. "You have always felt it, Elias. Always." Elias's mind reeled. The hunger, it was something he had always known, something he had felt, deep in his chest, in his very bones. He had never understood it, but now, as the entity's voice wrapped itself around his thoughts, he knew. He had never truly belonged to the world of men. He had always been drawn to something darker, something hidden beneath the earth, beneath the trees. The whispers of the forest, the call of the Watcher. It had always been a part of him. But now, it wasn't just the forest calling him, it was the thing beneath the forest, the thing that had been buried long ago. The truth hit him like a physical blow, and he staggered back. This dark force was not the thing that needed protection. It was the thing that had always protected the forest, the land, the pact. It had been slumbering for eons, waiting for the right moment to awaken, to break free, to consume. And Elias had been its chosen vessel. The true role of the Watcher had never been to protect. It had been to bind, to keep the dark force buried, hidden, waiting. But now that the entity had awoken, Elias realized the truth. He had been chosen not to protect the world from the dark power beneath, but to serve as its gatekeeper. Bacharasai role was never to stand between the world of the living and the void. It was to open that gate. The entity's form twisted and expanded, and Elias could hear it laughing, a sound that scraped against his mind, breaking his thoughts into fragments. The laughter was not joyful, not mocking, but something far more terrible. It was inevitable. The entity was no longer just a presence. It was a force, a being with intent, with purpose. And it was here now in the world of the living, and Elias was its bridge. His vision blurred again, and the world seemed to pulse, distorting around him. The shadows stretched longer, the ground beneath him rippling like liquid. A flicker of memory surged through him, memories of his life before this, before the pact. His humanity felt like a distant echo, like a life lived by someone else. He remembered the sound of birdsong, the feel of rain on his skin, the warmth of sunlight. And then it was gone. The darkness filled his mind once again. "You belong to me now," the entity whispered. "You will open the gate. You will let me in." Elias's breath caught in his throat, and for a moment he struggled, fighting against the weight of the darkness, against the thing that was trying to consume him. But there was no fight left in him. He was beyond resistance. There was no choice. And then, with one final shudder, the forest shifted, the ground cracked open, splitting beneath his feet, and Elias felt himself falling, spiraling downward into the abyss. He was no longer the watcher. He was the opened gate, and the darkness flooded in. Elias had no sense of time, no sense of direction, as the world around him collapsed into chaos. The ground beneath his feet twisted and buckled, warping like some nightmare that refused to let go of its grip. He felt his body, his soul, being torn apart by the pressure of it, each fragment of his being pulled into the void. His vision swirled, now dark, now burning, now nothing, and he felt himself disintegrating, becoming part of the rift itself. The world had lost its color. The trees, the earth, even the air, they were no longer real. They were images fading, in and out, fractured and distant. The only thing that remained was the oppressive blackness, the choking void that seemed to consume every particle of his being. And through it all, the whispering continued. It wasn't a single voice anymore, nor was it a symphony of voices. It was everything. "You are the gate now." Elias tried to scream, but no sound came. His body was no longer his own, his muscles locked in place, his mind barely a flicker against the vastness of the force pulling at him. The sensation was unlike anything he had ever felt. There was no pain, no relief, only the unbearable sensation of being swallowed whole. There was no choice. "You have always been ours." The voices echoed, melding with his thoughts, merging with his every pulse, every heartbeat. They weren't just words anymore, they were his truth. His entire existence had been nothing more than a preparation for this moment. The thing that had been the watcher was gone. What stood now, what was now, was the gate. Elias's eyes opened, but all he could see was darkness, a suffocating blackness that pressed in on him from all sides. His arms and legs felt weightless, as though he were floating in space. But no, he could feel the subtle vibration in the air, the faintest tremor in the ground beneath him. There was still something alive, something moving. He felt a deep, unholy hum vibrating in the air around him, as if the very fabric of the world was alive, stretching its limits, breaking its rules. Then a flash of light, sharp, cruel and blinding, cut through the void. He gasped, a violent inhale of breath that shattered the silence. His eyes burned as the darkness receded in slow pulses, revealing a fractured, warping landscape. The trees were still here, but they were different, twisted, their bark gnarled and black, their roots winding and coiling like serpents. The once sturdy ground was now cracked open, with rivers of red and black running beneath the surface. The scent of rot hung thick in the air, and the air itself felt wrong, stale, cold and stale with the stench of decay. The very sky above him was a deep, sickly orange, as though the sun had been replaced by a burning wound in the heavens, and there, in the midst of it all, stood the altar, the same red stone, the same crooked shape, but now it pulsed with energy, like the beating heart of some ancient, malevolent being. The energy in the air was thick, electric, as if the very land had been desecrated. Elias could feel it seeping into his skin, into his bones, as if the land itself were trying to claim him, to make him part of it. The whispers grew louder, and now they were not just words. They were images, flashes of faces, forgotten moments, fractured glimpses of lives that had come before him. "We are here." The words burned in his mind. "The breach is complete. We are free." Elias felt himself falter. His vision was blurry again, but there was no denying it. The forest had opened itself, and the rift between worlds had been torn apart. He could feel the ancient power spilling into the land, could feel the presence of something terrible and incomprehensible taking root in this place. The very atmosphere was thick with it, a saturation of power, of wrongness. Something massive had awakened in the depths of the forest, something that had been waiting, its slumber now broken. It was an entity, vast and unshaped, older than the land itself, and now that it was free, it would reclaim what had been lost. The trees groaned and shook, and the earth itself seemed to recoil from the weight of it. "The void is upon you. There is no place for you to hide." Elias felt the ground beneath him tremble as the creature, a thing too vast to comprehend, shifted in the distance. He couldn't see it yet, but the air moved around him as though something was shifting, as though something was growing beneath the earth. And then he felt it, the pull. It wasn't just the dark entity pulling him in now. It was the land, the forest, the rift itself. It was reaching for him, its tendrils wrapping around his heart, squeezing tighter with each breath. The whispers again, loud and insistent, filled his mind, and Elias could feel them pressing against his skull, pushing deeper into his consciousness. "You will not escape it. You will not escape us." But the voice, something was wrong with the voice. It wasn't the same whispering he had heard before. It was sharper, more malevolent, less human. It had changed. It had changed. Suddenly, there was a movement in the distance. Something shifted, a ripple in the air, and then Elias saw it. It was not a shape, not a thing, but something far worse. A void, an empty space that grew larger with each passing moment. The air around it grew colder, the ground beneath it buckling as though it were being pulled into the rift. The rift was alive. The immense, yawning void began to stretch upward, its form shifting with grotesque, impossible motions, like liquid moving in ways no earthly matter should. The ground cracked and shattered beneath it, and Elias felt himself falling. The gravity was pulling him, dragging him toward it, pulling him into the heart of that terrible, shifting darkness. His body, his soul, was at the mercy of the rift. "You will become one with us," the voice said, louder now. "Your mind will be lost, and your body will merge with the dark. You will no longer be a watcher. You will be our vessel." The coldness around Elias deepened, pressing in on him like a vice. The pressure was too much. He could feel the splitting of his being, the fragmenting of his soul, being pulled apart by forces beyond understanding. The world was ripping, and then there was a flash of memory, unbidden, unwanted. The face of a woman, soft, warm, her eyes full of worry. Her name was lost to him now, but he could feel the weight of her absence. His heart twisted with the memory. Was it regret? Was it loss? No. No. This was not him anymore. This was the gate, and it was wide open. Elias's mind was a shattered glass, each piece of himself slipping away like sand through his fingers. The rift, the yawning void, pulled at him, tugging at the very fabric of his being. The land around him was breaking apart, and the air itself seemed to warp, warping the sounds of the world into a jagged symphony of screams and whispers. He was falling now, deeper and deeper into the fracture, the place where nothing had form, where there was no gravity and no time, only an endless, relentless pull. The memories, the fragments of his past life flickered and vanished like fleeting shadows. Faces blurred, names faded, all but one thing: the hunger, the gnawing emptiness, the cold hunger of the forest that had been inside him from the moment he'd stepped foot in it. But it was no longer his. It was him. He had been consumed, transformed into the thing that had been waiting to return to this world. The forest, the altar, the pact, all of it had been lies. Lies to keep the power asleep, to keep the breach from breaking wide open. But that had been before Elias had chosen to unlock the gate, before the Watcher had become the Harbinger. The ground beneath him fractured once more, and Elias felt the pieces of the world around him collapse. The void stretched, growing larger, reaching farther, its insatiable hunger consuming the very earth itself. He could feel the rift, feel it breathing, a pulse so vast it drowned out every thought. In his mind, the walls of the world, of the reality he had once known, were dissolving, their edges curving inward as though the entire landscape had been pulled into the breach, its bones cracking under the weight of the infinite void. And yet, within the ever-growing dark, Elias felt alive. It was as though he had become part of the very thing he had feared, part of the hunger, the dark power that now flowed through him, that sought to claim not just the forest, but the entire world. He had become a vessel for it, no longer a man, no longer the Watcher, but the very thing that tore through the veil between realms. He wanted to scream, to fight it, to return to the person he had been before. But all that remained was the hunger, the darkness that clung to him, swarming in his mind, taking control. The trees, once towering and proud, now stood as broken, twisted husks. Their bark peeled away like ash, their limbs gnarled into shapes that defied reason. The once green leaves had become rotted husks, blackened and curling. The forest, Elias realized, was dying, but it was also changing. Everything around him was shifting, being transformed by the rift. In the distance, through the thick haze of shadow and decay, he saw a figure emerging. It was tall, too tall, with limbs that stretched far beyond the bounds of human proportions. It moved with an eerie grace, its body swaying like a tree in a storm. Its head was obscured, but Elias could feel its eyes, the presence of its gaze, cold and unblinking, settling upon him. It did not speak, not in words, but in the quiet, gnawing sensation that seeped into his bones. The thing, the creature, was coming closer. Elias could feel its hunger, feel its need to feed, to consume. He could feel its eyes on him, burning through him, as though it had always been waiting for him. It had always known he would be the one to unlock the gate. As it drew closer, the void pulsed once more, sending a shockwave through the air. The ground trembled, cracking wider, as if the earth itself was beginning to tear apart. Elias's vision blurred again, and he felt himself falling, spiraling downward. Was it the void pulling him deeper? Was it the creature's gaze? No. It was him. The transformation was complete. His body was no longer human, no longer anything recognizable. His limbs had elongated, his fingers warped into jagged claws. His face, his very skin, had turned ashen, mottled with black veins. pulsating with the dark power that flowed within him. His breath had become shallow, rasping. His chest felt hollow, empty, as though the very essence of him had been consumed by the dark. There was no escape. The figure loomed above him now, its shape flickering in and out of focus, as though it were made from the very shadows around him. Its mouth, a jagged hole, a gaping maw, opened wide. Elias could hear the low, guttural sound of its breath, the deep, echoing growl that seemed to reverberate through the rift itself. And then, from the depths of the void, came a voice. A whisper, faint and almost imperceptible, but it cut through the chaos like a blade. "You are not the end." Elias froze. The voice, it wasn't the same as before. It was different. It wasn't the entity that had risen from the forest. It wasn't the thing that had consumed him. No, this voice, it was something else. It was human. The figure before him, whatever it was, whatever it had become, paused. The shadows around it shifted, retreating slightly as if hesitant. The pulse of the void slowed, and for a moment the rift seemed to shrink, like the very fabric of reality was holding its breath. The creature's body twitched, its movements no longer fluid, but jerky, almost hesitant. And then the voice spoke again, louder, more forceful. "You are not the end. You are the beginning." The words sent a shiver down Elias's spine, but not because of their threat. No, it was something else. There was a sense of familiarity in those words, something he couldn't place, something he should have known. But it was lost to him now, buried beneath the weight of the darkness, the endless hunger that gnawed at his mind. He didn't know if he should run or if he should stay. He didn't know if he was still Elias at all. "We do not end," the voice whispered. "We begin. The breach is open. You are the first." Elias felt something stir inside him, a memory, a flicker of recognition. It was faint, almost imperceptible, but it was there. The memory of a promise, the memory of a choice. He had made a choice, had chosen the forest, chosen the pact, chosen the hunger, the darkness. But what had he really chosen? The creature stretched its long limbs toward him, and Elias's pulse quickened. Its movements were graceful, unnerving, and as it drew closer, it spoke one last time. "This is only the beginning. The gate is open. The world will fall." The darkness surged around him, wrapping around him like a cloak, pulling him further into its depths. The last thing Elias heard, as the world swallowed him whole, was the soft, crackling whisper of the forest itself. And then, everything was silent. The rift was complete, the breach was open. Silence. It was so complete, so absolute, that Elias could no longer be sure whether he had simply ceased to exist, or whether the world itself had. The crushing emptiness of it overwhelmed him, and for a brief moment there was nothing but the sensation of being stretched thin, as though the very fabric of his being was being pulled apart into the void. The darkness had consumed him, but then, slowly, the blackness began to recede, pulling back in waves, like a tide that had once rushed. In too fast, the air around him began to thrum, a low hum that vibrated in the depths of his bones. The rift had not closed. No. Instead, it was growing. The breach between worlds was widening, its influence seeping into every crevice of his body, into every thought that tried to grasp reality. Elias tried to breathe, but his lungs felt foreign. Each inhalation came as if his body had forgotten what it meant to take in air, as if it were something new, something unfamiliar. The air tasted wrong, thick with a metallic tang, the scent of rust and decay hanging in the air like the remnants of something long dead. He wasn't in the forest anymore. No, this place, this void, was something else. It was a realm between realms, a space that had no name, no place. It felt endless, a vast stretch of dark, jagged land that seemed to ripple like a wound, the very earth torn open and dripping with darkness. The sky above was an unnatural shade of violet, swirling and shifting as though it were alive, sick, twisting clouds moving in erratic patterns. But it was the ground beneath him that caught his attention. It was no longer solid. Instead, Elias stood on something that resembled shifting smoke, dark and shapeless beneath his feet, the ground constantly changing, unstable. It felt like walking on liquid, or something far more sinister, a surface that had no true form, no true consistency. His footfalls left ripples that spread out in all directions, vanishing into the unknown. And yet, he stood. There was something oppressive about the way the air felt, like the space around him was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. But what? Elias felt a tug. No, a pull. A gnawing sensation in his chest, deep within his very being, as if the rift were drawing him into itself, its hunger never sated. He tried to resist, tried to move forward, but something was locking him in place. Something was watching him. And then he saw it. At first, it was a flicker at the edge of his vision, a slight movement just outside the periphery of his sight. But when he turned his head, the thing was gone. A trick of the light, perhaps. Or was it something else? But it wasn't long before he saw it again. Only this time, it wasn't just one thing. There were many. Figures. Pale, translucent beings, drifting like smoke across the shifting ground. They moved slowly, gliding as if they were suspended by some unseen force. Their bodies were thin, elongated, with limbs too long for their frail frames. Elias couldn't make out their faces at first. They were blurred, indistinct, as though their features were constantly shifting, never fully settled. But one thing was clear. They were watching him. The flickering figures didn't move toward him. No, they simply hovered in place, silent and still, their eyes locked onto him. Elias felt the weight of those eyes, though, even from a distance. It was as if each gaze was a physical thing, a force that pressed down on him, suffocating him with its intensity. He wanted to look away, but something deep inside him held him, there, as though the act of turning his head would reveal something even worse. One of the figures stepped forward. It was different from the others, more solid, more real. Its outline shimmered like a heat mirage, but its form remained intact, distinct. It was taller, more composed, its limbs moving with unnerving precision. The figure's face was obscured by a veil of dark mist, but its eyes, those eyes, burned. Through the mist, they glowed faintly, an otherworldly, unnatural red. Elias couldn't move, couldn't look away. "You," the voice came to him, not spoken aloud, but inside his mind. It wasn't a voice made of sound, it was a sensation, like the voice was part of the very atmosphere. It was cold, hollow, and rasping, like wind moving through an empty, broken cathedral. "You are the one who opened the gate, the one who woke us." Elias's heart skipped a beat. The figure stepped forward again, its long arms stretching toward him, its fingers elongated and impossibly thin. The shadows surrounding it seemed to cling to it, wrapping around its body like tendrils, crawling up its limbs like living things. "You are the first," it whispered, "but you will not be the last." Elias struggled, a rising panic suffocating him. What was happening? Where was he? Was this what the forest had truly been hiding? what it had been building toward. Was this what the Watcher had been trying to stop all along? His mind was racing, but the weight of the creature's presence made it difficult to think, to focus. Every question felt futile, meaningless in the face of the terrible, unknowable force that loomed before him. And then, just as suddenly as it had appeared, the creature paused. It tilted its head, its red eyes narrowing, as if considering something. "You are not yet ready," it murmured, its voice shifting, becoming deeper, more resonant, like 1,000 whispers all at once. "You will be, but not yet." The ground beneath Elias's feet shifted again, the dark mist swirling around his legs. He could feel it, the pull of something deep, deep inside him, like a knot tightening in his chest. The air pressed in on him, thick and suffocating, like the walls of the world were closing in. And Elias felt himself falling, not through space, but through time. In a single, dreadful instant, the creatures around him faded, dissolving into the mist. The ground trembled, and he felt himself sinking, faster and faster, deeper and deeper, until there was nothing but the thrum of the void surrounding him. And then the world shifted. The world bent and broke around Elias, every shift, every movement, disorienting him further. It was as though reality itself was a tattered cloak, unraveling at the seams. His mind, once so sharp, was now adrift in a sea of fractured images, echoes of memories that no longer felt like his own. His body was not his. Every part of him felt foreign, as if it too had been reclaimed by something far darker. The hunger inside him gnawed at his insides, but not in the way hunger was familiar. It was a hunger for something deeper, something older, something that had always been there, waiting for this moment. Elias felt like a puppet, caught in the maw, strings of some unseen force, struggling to make sense of the world around him. But no clarity came. Every step he took seemed to lead him further into the spiral of decay, deeper into the distortion of reality. It was as if the forest, the creatures, the very air around him had begun to twist and ripple into a state of perpetual motion, an endless cycle of existence that could not be undone. And then, there it was. At first, it was just a flicker, a pale light that shimmered like the reflection of a dying star. But Elias felt it. Its presence was like the pressure of 1,000 eyes watching, piercing into his very soul. The light pulsed again, brighter this time, as if calling to him, drawing him in with an irresistible pull. He followed it, his feet moving of their own accord, not even registering the pain in his limbs, the exhaustion that had long since settled into his bones. He didn't think, didn't question. He simply moved, as though his body was being controlled by forces he could no longer comprehend. As he drew closer, the air around him began to hum, vibrating with an unnatural energy. The space itself felt alive, as if the world was watching him. His heart raced in his chest, but there was no more fear, only a cold, numbing certainty that he had crossed a threshold from which there was no return. And then, the light revealed itself. It was not a light at all, not in the way Elias had imagined. No, it was more like a presence, an entity that shone without ever truly illuminating. It was pale, opaque, shifting like liquid crystal. At first it looked like a door or perhaps a window, but upon closer inspection it was neither. It was a tear in the very fabric of time and space, a wound, open and pulsing. Elias stood before it, transfixed. His pulse quickened as his mind reeled to understand what he was seeing. It felt like standing on the edge of a precipice, staring down into an abyss so deep, so vast that nothing could survive its pull. And then he heard it, the sound that shattered the silence. It was a whisper, but not just any whisper. It was a voice. His voice. "Help me. The words echoed in his mind, reverberating through the air like a painful pulse. Elias's eyes widened. He had heard it before, heard it in the whispering winds of the forest, heard it in the void that had swallowed him. It had been the voice that had called to him, pulling him toward the breach, toward the rift. But now it was different. The voice was desperate. Elias's heart skipped a beat. That voice, it wasn't just calling to him, it was calling from him. He was standing in front of the very rift that had opened, the very rift that had consumed him. But now, instead of a dark hole in the world, it had become a distorted mirror, reflecting something twisted and wrong. In the pale light that emanated from it, Elias saw a figure, himself, but distorted, ravaged, like a reflection in a funhouse mirror. His features were broken, fractured, twisted in unnatural ways. His eyes were empty, hollow, dark pits of despair. His body was stretched, unnaturally long, covered in a thin, translucent skin that shimmered like the light itself. The figure, he, was screaming, but Elias could hear no sound. The distortion in the rift swallowed it all, making everything echo into a hollow silence. For the briefest moment, Elias felt a sense of recognition, a deep, sickening sense of familiarity with the thing on the other side. It was him. It was Elias, what he had become, what he was destined to be. He had opened the rift. He had chosen to awaken it. And now, the entity that had taken root inside him, the hunger, the shadow, was breaking through. It had always been part of him. Elias felt the darkness inside him surge once more, consuming him with an intensity that threatened to tear him apart. He was slipping, losing himself, drowning in the weight of it. The void around him stretched and expanded, wrapping him in its suffocating embrace, pulling him further toward the mirror, the rift, the doorway. To what the light flickered again. The figure in the rift spoke, its voice coming not from its mouth, but from the depths of Elias's mind, as if it had always been there, hiding, waiting. You are the gatekeeper now. You have opened the way. We are coming. Elias's heart raced, his breath shallow and ragged. He tried to move, to fight, but his limbs felt like stone, his body locked in place. He could only watch as the rift widened further, the edges of reality warping, bending, breaking apart. The boundary between the worlds, the barrier between the living and the dead, was weakening. The forest's cries, the whispers, the hunger, it was all intertwined. It had always been intertwined. The rift was not just a gateway, it was a wound, a scar in the fabric of time, and it was Elias who had torn it open. The figure inside the rift, himself, reached out toward him, its translucent fingers grazing the edges of the mirror-like surface. Elias could feel its coldness, its presence, like the touch of death itself. He screamed, but no sound came. His body, his mind, was slipping away. And then, in a blinding flash, the rift consumed him whole. The world collapsed. Elias awoke, if it could even be called waking. He was lying on the ground, his body heavy, as though he had been cast aside by something far greater than himself. The air was still thick with that oppressive energy, but there was a change, a subtle shift in the way the world hummed around him. He was no longer in the rift, no longer suspended in that dark, fluid space between time and nothingness, but he wasn't in the world he had known either. Around him, the forest had changed. It had become something otherworldly, its trees bent and twisted, their bark blackened and rotted. The ground was slick with a black substance like oil or tar that pooled around his feet. The wind carried with it the scent of something rotten, the decay of life long lost. And above him, in the twisted branches of the trees, something moved. It was not the wind, it was them. The figures, no longer flickering or distant, but real, solid. Their eyes gleamed with that same unholy red glow. They were watching him, surrounding him. There were more of them now, their bodies thin and broken, like the twisted trees that surrounded them. And at the center of them all, Elias could feel something stirring, something rising from the depths of the earth, a power, ancient and hungry, one that had not been awakened in eons. He was not free, not yet. The hunger was still inside him, and now it had spread. The forest was alive, its very essence twisted into something dark, something unholy. The rift had changed everything, and now Elias was its keeper. Elias stood in the heart of the forest, the twisted, unnatural trees stretching toward the sky like skeletal hands reaching for a forgotten eternity. The black, tar-like substance that oozed from the earth seemed to pulse with an unnatural rhythm, like the very heartbeat of something ancient and malignant. It was as if the land itself had succumbed to the hunger, drawn into the abyss that Elias had unwittingly opened. His body felt heavy, unnaturally so, as though the air itself were thickening, forcing its way into his lungs, dragging him down. His arms hung limply by his sides, the skin tight across his bones, and his chest ached with the terrible weight of the darkness that now inhabited him. The whispers had not stopped. They never would. Around him, the figures, those pale, twisted beings with their hollow, burning eyes, moved in unison, circling him like vultures. Their presence was suffocating, their attention a constant pressure that bore down on him from every direction. Yet Elias could not move. He was rooted to the spot, his feet seemingly fused to the blackened earth, his mind struggling to make sense of the horror unfolding before him. They were waiting. The forest had been waiting for this moment, for the opening of the rift, for the moment when it would claim what was always meant to be its own. "You are the keeper now," a voice whispered. His own voice, or something that sounded like it, but deeper, more resonant, as though it came from the very core of the earth. "You have opened the door, and we are the first." Elias's mind reeled with the weight of the words. Keeper. That word, like a curse, echoed inside him, filling him with an unbearable sense of inevitability. He had chosen this path, even though he hadn't known it. He had been drawn here, to this cursed place, by something far older than the forest itself. The Watcher, it had known. It had known all along that Elias was destined to be the key, the one who would open the door to the beyond. But now, there was no going back. The ground trembled beneath him as the figures drew closer. They did not speak, but their presence was a message in itself. They had come for him. They had come to claim what was theirs. A faint, distant sound echoed through the forest. It was the wind. No, it was more than that. It was a voice, but one that was not a voice at all. It was like the cry of 1,000 souls, twisted and distorted by the very rift Elias had opened. The sound was in his bones, in his very blood, and it called to him in a way that nothing else had. The air seemed to crackle with the intensity of it, and Elias felt himself being pulled, a magnetic force drawing him into the center of the gathering. "You will be one of us," the voice repeated, its tone growing stronger, more insistent. "The gatekeeper, the first among us. You will be the key to what comes next." The darkness within him, the hunger, stirred. It was no longer a vague presence, no longer an abstract force lurking in the recesses of his mind. It had grown, swelling inside him until it was impossible to separate it from himself. It was no longer Elias. It was them, and it was all-consuming. He could feel it. The hunger wanted out. It wanted to feed. The figures surrounded him, their pale bodies hovering like smoke, their eyes boring into him. Elias could feel the warmth of their gaze. No, it wasn't warmth. It was something worse. It was a searing cold, like ice running through his veins, hollowing him out from the inside. For the first time, Elias understood the true purpose of the rift. It wasn't just a doorway. It was an invitation to those who had been waiting for eons to return, to reclaim what was theirs. The Watcher had been their prisoner, and now he had freed them. But in doing so, Elias had sealed his fate. He was the keeper now, the first of many, and there would be more. "You will bring them," the figure with the red eyes whispered. The words wrapped around Elias like chains. "You will open the way, piece by piece, until all is consumed." It was then that he understood. The horror was not just within the forest. It was everywhere, stretching across time and space, tied to the very fabric of the world. Every crack in the earth, every whisper in the wind, every shadow cast by the raw trees, all were echoes of the hunger. The hunger had always been there, waiting, dormant, until he awoke it. And now, it was his burden to bear. His fingers twitched, the hunger clawing at his skin, urging him to reach out and claim his place among them. He could feel the power of the rift surging through him, like an electrical current that threatened to break him apart. His mind was a blur of visions, flashes of memories that weren't his, of lives that had never been lived. His body trembled, with the overwhelming sense that he was becoming something else, something more, something terrible. His eyes snapped open, and the world around him seemed to fold in on itself. The figures that surrounded him were no longer distant, no longer separate. They were part of him. They were inside him, and he was inside them, their whispers seeping into his mind like poison. Their voices blended together into a single discordant a sound that vibrated in the marrow of his bones. Elias's breath caught in his throat. His mouth opened, but it was not his voice that spoke. It was the voice of the forest, the voice of the hunger. "We are one now," the forest groaned, the very earth cracking open to reveal the dark, pulsing core beneath. The trees that surrounded Elias bent and twisted in unnatural ways, their bark splitting, their roots stretching deeper into the earth. The blackened substance that oozed from the ground began to rise, coiling like tendrils, seeking, waiting. The rift had expanded. It was no longer just a tear in the fabric of the world, it was a presence alive and hungry. The forest was alive, its veins pulsing with the same dark energy that now thrummed within Elias's chest. He could feel it now, the pull of it, deep in his soul. The hunger had consumed him, and in doing so, it had made him its vessel, its key to the next phase. The rift was no longer just a breach in space. It was an infection, spreading like rot, devouring everything in its path. And Elias was the first of many. The figures gathered around him, their faces blurred and shifting, their forms flickering like flames in the wind. But in that moment, Elias felt no fear, no hesitation. He understood now. He was meant for this. He had always been meant for this. The hunger was his to command, and the forest was his to shape. The figures reached out to him, their pale hands touching his skin. And in that touch, Elias felt himself change. He could feel his body shifting, reshaping, merging with them, becoming something more, something that was no longer human. And as the forest creaked and groaned around him, as the rift pulsed with dark energy, Elias realized something. He was not the last of the keepers. He was not even the first. He was the beginning. The opening of the rift had been a catalyst, a spark. Now the forest would spread, the hunger would grow, and soon there would be nothing left but darkness. The figures around him whispered once more, their voices blending into a single, horrifying chant. "We are coming. Elias closed his eyes, and the forest consumed him. You're deep into the story now, and the horrors are only escalating. If you're still with us, don't forget to like and subscribe. Tell us where you're listening from in the comments. Who else is staying up late to face this nightmare? Settle in. The terror continues. Story 2. The sun hung low in the sky, casting an eerie golden glow over the forest as John adjusted the straps of his backpack. He had walked this trail countless times. Mount Hood's winding paths were familiar, comfortable even. Today was supposed to be no different. But as he stepped past the sign at the trailhead, an unsettling sensation crept over him, like an itch he couldn't scratch. The air felt thick, almost as if the forest itself were holding its breath. John shook it off. The woods were full of strange moods. This one would pass. He'd pushed through tougher days on the trail, days where the weather turned unexpectedly, or his body had protested after hours of hiking. But today there was something else, something quieter, something that gnawed at him from the edges of his mind. The path before him seemed as ordinary as any other, a familiar ribbon of dirt winding through the dense trees. But the longer he walked, the more he began to notice the silence. Normally, the forest was alive with the calls of birds and the rustle of small creatures. Today, however, there was only the sound of his boots crunching against the dirt, and something else, a soft, almost imperceptible hum in the air. It was as if the very earth was vibrating beneath his feet. As John walked deeper into the woods, the sensation grew stronger. The trees, their trunks gnarled and twisted, seemed to lean in closer, their shadows growing longer with each step. The hairs on the back of his neck stood on end, but he refused to turn back. He'd been hiking these trails for years, and there was no reason to feel uneasy now. Still, the humming persisted. Suddenly, his eyes landed on the first trail marker, a bright ribbon tied to a branch. That's odd, he thought. It was the same color as the others, but it was slightly out of place. He stopped, studying it for a moment, then moved on. But as he continued, the next marker didn't appear. No ribbon, no sign of the usual trail markers that he'd followed 100 times before. He halted, confusion clouding his mind. Was he lost already? But no, he had memorized the path. This was the most straightforward section of the trail. He took a breath and decided to backtrack, retracing his steps to the last marker. His pace quickened as he scanned the trees, half expecting the next one to appear just around the bend, but it didn't. John paused again, a cold shiver running down his spine. The silence had deepened, and now he could hear his own breathing, sharp and uneven. His eyes darted from tree to tree, but there was no sign of the trail marker he was so sure he had seen moments ago. He stood frozen, the humming in the air growing louder, more insistent, as if the forest itself was urging him forward, or perhaps pushing him deeper into the unknown. But then, just as quickly as it had started, it stopped. The forest grew still again. With a slight shake of his head, John told himself it was nothing, just the usual quirks of the woods. He took another step, only to freeze once more, his eyes locking onto something in the distance. A figure, a shadow, moving among the trees. It was barely a blur at first, a flicker in the corner of his eye, but when he turned, nothing was there. His heart hammered in his chest, and a quiet dread unfurled within him. He wasn't alone, but when he blinked and looked again, the figure was gone. For a long moment, John stood still, his breath shallow, his fingers tightening around the straps of his backpack. What was happening? The shadows around him seemed deeper. Now the forest more claustrophobic, as if the trees were closing in on him. The trail markers were gone, and now, so was his sense of direction. John's pulse quickened. The unsettling feeling deepened with every step he took, but he forced himself to keep moving. The trail was supposed to be easy, familiar, He had walked it so many times his feet knew its twists and turns. But now, it felt like the forest was playing tricks on him, warping the landscape into something alien. The air, thick and damp, clung to his skin like cobwebs, and his breath echoed in his ears. He reached for his compass, hoping to steady his mind, but as he glanced at the needle, it spun wildly, as if caught in a storm of its own making. No direction, no sense of where he was. Panic rose in his chest, but he gritted his teeth and pushed forward. "Stay calm," he told himself. "Just follow the path. You've got this." He checked the map again, a familiar topographical view of the forest etched in his memory. The markers were supposed to be just ahead. He remembered the stretch of trail clearly, each marker placed just where it was needed. Every 10 minutes or so, a colorful ribbon tied to a tree or a rock to guide him. But when he reached the spot, where he knew the next marker should be, nothing. His eyes scanned the area, nothing but the towering trees, their branches heavy with the weight of the fog. There was no sign of the brightly colored ribbon he expected to see. His stomach tightened. "Maybe I missed it," he thought. "Maybe it's farther down the trail." So he moved forward, but the deeper he went, the more the world around him seemed to shift. The trees, once familiar, now felt like sentinels closing in around him, casting long, jagged shadows that reached across the path. And still, there were no markers, not a single trace of the way forward. John's breath quickened as his heart began to race. He retraced his steps, his boots grinding into the loose dirt. No. This doesn't make sense. The forest felt colder now, and the air had grown unnaturally still. He strained to hear any signs of life, birds, insects, even the rustling of leaves. But the silence was deafening. His senses were on edge. Every snapping twig, every distant rustle in the trees made him jump. Had he taken a wrong turn? Had he veered off the trail without realizing? But that was impossible. The trail was so straightforward. He had walked it countless times. Yet, as he stood there, the eerie silence pressing in on him, he couldn't shake the feeling that the path was slipping away, vanishing into the void of the forest. With shaking hands, John checked his phone. No signal. Of course. No way to reach out, no map to guide him. Then, out of the corner of his eye, a flash of color, a faint, dull yellow. Ribbon fluttered against the bark of a distant tree, a beacon in the sea of green. It was the first marker he had seen in what felt like ages. A sudden surge of relief rushed through him, but the sensation was short-lived. When he approached it, his stomach sank. The ribbon was tangled, half-eaten by time, frayed at the edges, as if it had been there far longer than it should have been. The trail marker was faded, its bright color muted by the years, and the tree it was tied to, gnarled and crooked, looked like it had been standing there for centuries. The bark was worn smooth, like the surface of an old, forgotten stone. This doesn't make sense, John thought, his mind racing. These markers should be fresh. I'm not that far in. He stepped closer, touching the rough bark, when a strange noise sliced through the air, a low groan, like the earth itself was shifting. He froze. The forest seemed to exhale, and suddenly a flicker of movement caught his eye. Something shifted behind the tree, barely visible, like a shadow moving. In the corner of his vision, a figure. Or was it just his mind playing tricks on him? He couldn't tell. His gaze darted around, but the forest remained still. His heart hammered in his chest as he stepped back, unease creeping over him like an invisible fog. But when he turned to leave, something caught his attention, just at the edge of his vision, a glimmer of something white against the dark forest floor. Another marker. This time, it was the stark, pale glow of a white cloth tied to a branch, like the last remnants of a forgotten traveler's journey. His stomach twisted. That wasn't there before. John's breath came faster now, his chest tightening with every beat. He stepped toward it, hands trembling. The ribbon was pristine, clean, new, but it was placed at an angle that made no sense. The hairs on his neck stood on end as the forest around him grew quieter. Even the faint hum from before had disappeared, leaving only an empty, suffocating silence. And then it hit him. The markers weren't leading him forward anymore. They were pulling him deeper. The forest, once a place of quiet solace, had transformed. What had begun as a subtle unease in the pit of John's stomach was now a palpable force pressing in from every direction. The silence wasn't just empty, it was hungry. It curled around him, drawing closer with each breath. The trees loomed taller than they had before, their gnarled branches twisting like bony fingers reaching out to claim him. He stood there, motionless, listening. But there was nothing. No chirp of birds, no whisper of wind through the leaves, no rustle of small animals skittering across the forest floor. The very air felt thick, oppressive. It clung to his skin like a damp cloth, each inhalation a struggle, each exhalation shallow and ragged. What is happening? His mind raced, trying to make sense of the strange, oppressive stillness. The trail markers, those strange, faded ribbons, now seemed almost like distant echoes. In his gut, he felt a knot tighten, a growing suspicion that he had wandered into something he should not have. For a moment, he entertained the possibility that he had simply lost his way, that the path had become more elusive in the growing fog. Perhaps it was the time of day, the shifting light, the quiet fall of twilight, that eerie hour when shadows lengthen and play tricks on the eyes. But that explanation didn't sit well with him. He had hiked this trail many times before. He had never been one to lose his bearings, not in a forest so familiar. Yet here he stood, uncertain, with no trail markers ahead and no clear direction to follow. His feet moved on instinct, a mindless trek through the forest, guided only by the instinct to escape the crushing silence. He continued walking, past trees that looked like twisted figures caught in mid-motion, shadows that stretched unnaturally long, and rocks half buried in the earth, their surfaces worn smooth by the passage of time. The path wound, meandered, twisted back on itself. But there was no sound, not the crunch of leaves beneath his boots, not the whisper of wind against his ear. Only the oppressive silence that seemed to stretch into eternity. With each step, John's senses grew sharper, every little detail more pronounced, and yet none of it made sense. His heartbeat thrummed in his ears, and his own breath seemed like a foreign sound in the stillness of the woods. Sweat beaded on his forehead, though the temperature was oddly cool, the air sticky and humid. Was this all in my head? He asked himself, though the thought felt weak, insufficient. No, he knew something wasn't right. He had seen things, those strange, flickering shadows in his peripheral vision. He had felt the odd shifting of the ground beneath him, as if the earth itself was subtly changing, moving in ways that no normal trail should. He came to a halt, his hand tightening around the strap of his backpack. For the first time he wondered if this forest had always been like this dense and suffocating. And it was only now, in this moment of stillness, that he was noticing. He had hiked these paths before, had taken this very trail on numerous occasions, and yet now, everything felt off. The trees, the rocks, the air, it was all wrong. His eyes scanned the surroundings again. The shadows, which had once seemed friendly and welcoming, now appeared to grow darker, deeper, as if something was waiting for him to look away so it could pounce. He could feel the weight of them pressing on him. There were no birds, not even the rustling of leaves as small creatures moved among them. Nothing. There should be something. John turned his head sharply, the hairs on the back of his neck standing on end. Was that something? A movement, almost imperceptible, in the corner of his vision. A flicker of motion, like a shadow retreating just as he looked. He froze, instinctively holding his breath as if to catch whatever it was that lingered just out of his sight. But there was nothing, nothing except the suffocating silence. It was then that the first real hint of dread crept over him. This wasn't just an eerie quiet. It was the absence of everything. The forest was empty. John could feel it deep in his bones. It wasn't as if the creatures had simply gone quiet or hidden. It was as if they had never existed here in the first place. It struck him suddenly. The trees, though imposing and towering, were somehow too still. The wind wasn't blowing them, wasn't rustling their branches or shaking their leaves. The ground beneath his feet didn't shift with life either. It felt almost as though the forest had been paused, frozen in time, waiting for him to realize that he was the only one in motion. Is anyone else even here? John's heart raced, his throat dry. No. He pushed the thought aside. There was nothing, no evidence, no reason to panic. He'd been alone before on these trails. It was just a matter of getting back to the main road. Once he did that, everything would be fine. But even as he told himself that, the feeling of isolation crept in deeper. The emptiness around him. It pressed on his mind. It wasn't just the absence of sound, it was the sense of abandonment. He hadn't noticed it before, but the trees themselves seemed somehow hollow. He could no longer remember if they had always been this way, their bark grey and pockmarked with strange indentations, the way they twisted toward one another, like the arms of something lost, reaching desperately for an unseen companion. There was a hollowness in their trunks, like they were devoid of life, a decay that had only just begun to show. John walked faster now, trying to shake off the growing sense of panic, but the more he moved, the worse it got. Each step felt like an eternity, as if the path beneath him was stretching out, stretching farther than it ever should have. Time itself seemed to slip away with every minute. The sky above him had been growing darker, but now it seemed too dark. The kind of dark that feels unnatural, too sudden. The shadows of the trees reached for him, and he couldn't quite tell if they were bending, twisting, or if they had always been that way, simply waiting. And then, just when he thought he could stand no more, when the pressure of the silence became unbearable, something changed. A soft, fleeting whisper. Not a voice, but something barely audible. A low, drawn-out murmur, as if the very forest itself was speaking to him. The hairs on his arms prickled, and for a moment, he swore he could feel the presence of something ancient, something other in the air around him. John stopped dead in his tracks. The whisper didn't stop. It came again, louder now. Not words, but a strange hum, a vibration in the air that he felt in the pit of his stomach. It was as if the trees were sighing, the ground beneath him shifting. He turned slowly, his eyes scanning the forest, searching for the source, and then, there it was, a figure, barely visible through the fog. A flicker of something moving between the trees. Was it someone else on the trail? Or was it something else? He couldn't tell. His legs moved without thinking. He had to get closer, had to know. As he approached the spot where he'd seen the figure, the whisper turned into a low, incoherent murmur. He quickened his pace, heart pounding, breath shallow. But just as he reached the spot, it was gone. Nothing but the cold, suffocating silence. And that's when he realized something horrifying. There was no one else here. John stood still, trying to swallow the dread that was rising in his chest. He had never felt so alone. Not alone in the typical sense, no. That was easy to shake off. This was something deeper, a suffocating sense of abandonment. The trail was still there, winding forward into the forest, but with each step, the path felt less and less like something that had been meant for him. It was as if the forest itself was no longer guiding him. It was watching him, waiting for him to take the next step. The whispering hum he had heard just moments ago had faded, but its echo remained in his ears, buzzing just beneath the surface of his thoughts, making it impossible to focus. His legs moved on their own accord, propelling him forward, the silence pushing him further into the depths of the forest. The trees seemed to grow taller, darker, their branches twisting into unnatural shapes as if they were reaching for him. The path was slowly becoming indistinct, shifting, changing as if the ground itself was refusing to let him leave. The shadows crept across the trail like living things, their edges indistinguishable from the trunks of the trees, making the world around him seem like a labyrinth. His breaths came quicker now, his heart hammering in his chest, but still, he pressed on. He needed to find something, anything, that would tell him this wasn't all some kind of terrible hallucination. Maybe he was just too tired, maybe the hike had gotten to him more than he thought. It was possible, wasn't it? That's when he saw it. At first, he thought it was just another illusion, another trick his mind was playing on him. But no, it was real. Or at least, it looked real enough. A faint clearing ahead in the trees, a patch of open ground that looked as though it had been carved out of the thick forest. There were signs of a campsite, an old one. The kind of campsite people set up when they were looking for solitude, somewhere off the beaten path, far from the eyes of others. John's eyes narrowed, his heart fluttering with a mix of curiosity and unease. As he approached the clearing, he saw the remnants of a campfire. The smouldering coals were still warm, a thin curl of smoke rising from the ashes. He stepped closer, his breath hitching in his throat. There were no people. The fire was recent, far too fresh for the campsite to have been abandoned for long, but there was no sign of anyone. No tents, no backpacks, no hikers sitting around the fire. Just an empty campsite, as though whoever had been here had disappeared in the blink of an eye. John's mouth went dry, and his hands trembled as he crouched beside the fire, his mind spinning. Where had they gone? A few loose cans, some half-finished packets of food, and a beaten-up pot were scattered near the fire. The food was still warm. There was a faint smell of cooked beans in the air, and the grease on the pan hadn't yet congealed. But where were they? A strange chill ran through him. The air around him felt wrong, too still, too quiet, as though the forest was holding its breath, waiting for him to figure it out. The sense of being watched was back, creeping up his spine, and he resisted the urge to glance over his shoulder, but he had to know. John stood up and began to sift through the remnants of the camp. There was nothing left to suggest the campers had been in a hurry, no signs of a struggle, no scattered belongings that would imply someone had run off. It was as though the people had simply vanished, leaving behind only traces of their presence. It wasn't until he noticed something else that his breath caught in his throat. A notebook. It was lying half open near the fire, its cover worn and tattered. The pages were yellowed with age, and the ink had begun to fade in some places, but the writing inside was clear enough. The first few lines were written in a hasty scrawl, the words almost tumbling over one another in their urgency. John's fingers trembled as he reached for the notebook, opening it slowly. The first page was filled with frantic notes about the forest, about strange happenings, about the feeling of being followed. The words grew more erratic as the entries progressed, each one more desperate than the last. It's not safe here. We're being watched. The forest is not what it seems. The trees are changing. They move. John felt his stomach churn as he flipped through the pages, reading more and more of the cryptic notes. The writer's descent into madness was clear, and yet what made his blood run cold was the realization that these notes, these fragmented thoughts, were describing the exact same feelings John was experiencing right now. He turned to the next page, his heart thundering in his chest. I saw it. It's here. I saw it in the corner of my eye. It's following me, waiting. The trail markers, they disappear, just like they did before. The forest is changing, but the trail is wrong. We can't leave. We can't go back." John's hands were shaking now. The air around him seemed colder, heavier, the silence thickening until it felt suffocating. His mind raced, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't make sense of what he was reading. The last entry was the worst. "If you are reading this, then you are already lost. You have been here too long. The forest doesn't let you leave. It changes you. The trees, they watch you. And the trail will never lead you back. I've seen it. It's already too late." A cold shiver ran down his spine as he closed the notebook, his eyes scanning the campsite once again. The words on the pages, those cryptic, terrifying warnings, had begun to feel too real. The eerie silence, the flickering shadows, the fading trail markers. It was all too much, too perfectly aligned. And then a sound. It was faint at first, almost imperceptible. A rustling, a shuffle of feet. And then something far worse. The unmistakable creaking of a branch. The trees had moved. John spun around, his breath catching in his throat. For the briefest moment, he thought he saw something, someone, dart behind a nearby tree. He blinked, heart racing, but when he looked again, nothing was there. Was he losing his mind? No. Something was wrong, so terribly wrong. And just as he turned to leave, something even stranger happened. The fire, still smouldering in the pit, flared up suddenly, its flames flickering high, dancing violently for a few seconds before settling back into the quiet embers. But it was enough to make him stop. In that brief flash of light, he saw it clearly. Something was there. A figure, standing just on the edge of the clearing. John's breath caught in his throat. His body froze, as if some invisible force had locked his muscles in place. The figure standing just at the edge of the clearing was barely discernible in the flickering light. It was too far away to make out any specific details, but the silhouette was unmistakable. Tall, unnaturally still, like a statue carved from the very night itself. Its features were indistinct, lost in the shadows of the trees behind it. But John felt its gaze. He couldn't explain how, he couldn't see its eyes, but he could feel them, as if the figure was watching him, studying him, waiting. The fire crackled, and for a fleeting second, the light illuminated the shape. It was tall, impossibly tall, and its posture seemed unnatural, as though it was too rigid, too perfect, like something that wasn't meant to exist in the world of flesh and bone. John's heart slammed against his chest, his hands slick with sweat. Every instinct in his body screamed at him to run, to flee the clearing and get as far away from this thing as possible. But his feet felt heavy, his legs like lead, as if they refused to obey him. He stood there, staring, feeling the weight of the forest press down on him. The figure didn't move, it didn't speak. It just stood there like a sentinel in the dark, its presence filling the clearing with an unnatural stillness. The silence stretched on for what felt like an eternity. John's thoughts scrambled, trying to piece together what was happening. Was it a person? No, it couldn't be. The way it stood, so rigid, so unnatural, it was something else. And those eyes, or lack thereof, were the most terrifying part. It was as if the darkness around the figure had taken shape and was staring right through him, reaching into his mind with a terrifying clarity. With a sudden, sickening realization, he understood. This thing was not human. It had never been human. His breath quickened. A low, unsettling hum began to rise from the forest, a vibration in the air that made the hairs on his neck stand on end. It was as if the very forest itself was coming alive, pulsating with a presence that was beyond natural. The trees, once silent and still, now seemed to groan, their branches creaking and shifting in the windless air. The ground beneath him felt soft, like it was giving way, as though the earth itself was breathing, moving, shifting. The figure, remained unmoving. But the air around it had changed. The shadows had deepened, and the sense of being watched intensified, curling around John like an insidious whisper. The emptiness of the forest had become tangible, an oppressive weight that pressed in on all sides. And in the midst of that silence, the figure's presence felt otherworldly, like a thing from a place where time didn't exist. John's legs finally obeyed him, and he took a hesitant step backward, his foot crunching loudly on the dried leaves beneath him. The sound seemed to shatter the silence like a gunshot in the night. For a split second, the figure moved, its head tilted ever so slightly, an almost imperceptible shift of its body. But that small motion was enough to send a wave of panic crashing over John. Without thinking, he turned and bolted, his feet pounding the forest floor, his breath ragged as his legs carried him in a desperate sprint away from the clearing. Run, run, run. But no matter how fast he moved, no matter how far he pushed himself, the sense of being pursued never let up. The forest seemed to close in around him. The trees became towering walls, their bark twisting like faces, their branches reaching down to claw at his skin. The path, once so familiar, had become a twisted maze, bending back on itself, leading him nowhere. Behind him, the sound of movement followed. Soft at first, like the rustle of leaves, but then unmistakable. Footsteps. A heavy, rhythmic step that matched his own pace, as if the figure had started to follow him. No, it wasn't following him. It was hunting him. The air around him grew colder, heavier. The whispers were back, louder now, like a cacophony of voices whispering just out of his reach. He couldn't make out the words, but the tone was unmistakable, urgent, desperate, as though they were warning him of something, begging him to stop. But there was no time for stopping. His lungs burned, and his legs felt like they were made of lead. Still, he pushed forward, his body instinctively reacting to the primal need to escape. But no matter how fast he ran, the footsteps behind him only grew louder, closer, as though the figure was right there, just a step behind. John's breath caught in his throat as his foot struck something solid. He stumbled, falling to his knees in the underbrush. He glanced up, panic surging through him, but all he saw were the trees, tall, dark, and suffocating, their shadows swallowing the ground beneath him. And then, the whispering stopped. It was sudden, as if a switch had been flipped. The forest, which had been buzzing with an eerie energy, went completely still. Not a single leaf moved. The air seemed to freeze, and John felt an unnatural pressure bearing down on him, as though the very atmosphere was watching him, waiting for him to make a move. He slowly rose to his feet, every muscle in his body screaming for him to run. His heart pounded in his chest, his pulse racing in his ears. He glanced over his shoulder, his eyes wide with fear, but there was nothing there. Nothing but the endless forest. But something was off. The air felt too still, too empty. The figure was gone, but that didn't mean it wasn't still out there, watching, waiting. John took a few tentative steps forward, his senses heightened, every little sound now a potential threat. The whispers that had once filled the air were now gone, but the tension remained, like a taut wire about to snap. He moved forward cautiously, his eyes scanning the trees, the shadows, looking for any sign of the figure, any indication of where it had gone. But the forest remained eerily quiet. That was when he noticed something in the distance, a flicker of movement, a shape, barely visible, standing still just beyond the edge of the clearing he had just fled from. John stopped dead, in his tracks. He felt the breath leave his lungs as his heart skipped a beat. The figure was there again, just standing in the distance, as if it had never moved, as if it had never been chasing him at all. And then, As if in response to his gaze, the figure moved. Slowly. Its head tilted upward, as if it had been waiting for him to look back. The movement was deliberate, calculated, like the shifting of a shadow, a quiet predator waiting for its prey to make the next move. John's blood ran cold, and just as he was about to turn and flee once more, the figure spoke. It was a sound, so faint, so low, that it was almost imperceptible. But John felt it deep within his bones, a whisper that slid into his mind, cold and jagged like ice. "You're not supposed to be here." John's body went rigid at the voice. The words were not just spoken, they slithered into his mind like cold fingers prying into his consciousness. They were too real, too familiar, and they sent an icy rush through him, freezing him in place. For a moment his mind refused to process them, to understand what was happening. He simply stood there, rooted to the spot, as the whisper echoed in his head. "You're not supposed to be here." The words twisted and curled inside him, knotting themselves into something he could not escape. The forest around him seemed to close in, the trees pressing closer, the shadows thickening until they were all that remained. The figure was still standing at the edge of the clearing, its presence like a suffocating fog. John could feel it watching him, and something in his gut told him that if he did not move, if he did not leave, this thing would be the last thing he ever saw. But John couldn't move. He couldn't. His legs were locked, as though the very earth beneath him had risen up to bind him, to keep him in place. His breath came in shallow gasps, and every sound, every crack of a twig or rustle of leaves seemed to be amplified 1,000 times, ringing in his ears with maddening intensity. The figure didn't move, but John could sense it. It was closer now. He could feel its presence pressing in on him like a weight on his chest, slowly suffocating him. It wasn't just standing there watching. No, it was reaching out, pulling him in, drawing him toward it. His mind was spinning, racing for an explanation. But the more he tried to focus, the harder it became to make sense of anything. The trees around him, those massive, ancient sentinels, felt like they were alive, like they were no longer just trees. They were eyes. They were watching him. He could almost hear their whispers, as if the forest itself had become a living entity, pulsing with an energy far older and darker than anything he could comprehend. What was this place? The question swirled in his mind, but the answer was elusive, slipping through his fingers like sand. His thoughts spiraled, and then, suddenly, it hit him. He wasn't just lost in the forest. No, this was something far worse. He had stumbled into something else, something far older and more powerful than anything his mind could fathom. A slow realization crept through him, chilling him to his core. The trail wasn't just disappearing. The forest itself was warping reality. It was pulling him into something. It was trapping him. John's eyes snapped to the notebook he had left behind at the campsite, the one that had detailed the experiences of the previous hiker. He could still see it in his mind. Those final words etched on the last page, a warning that now felt like a prophecy. If you are reading this, then you are already lost. You have been here too long. The forest doesn't let you leave. It changes you. The trees, they watch you, and the trail will never lead you back. I've seen it. It's already too late. He felt the weight of those words like a stone in his stomach. The hiker hadn't just disappeared. No, he had been consumed, swallowed by this place, this entity. That was the forest itself. John had thought the figure in the distance was simply a manifestation of his fear, some hallucination born of exhaustion. But now he knew better. This wasn't just a forest. It was alive, and it had been waiting for him. John's breath came faster, more erratic, his mind racing to understand what was happening. The trail markers had disappeared, because they were never meant to be there. There was no way out. The trees weren't just trees. They were part of this thing, a presence that had existed long before he ever set foot on the path. They had watched every hiker, every lost soul, and now it was his turn. The figure moved then, but it did not walk. It didn't even shift in the way that a human or animal would. It simply appeared closer. One moment it was standing at the far end of the clearing, and in the blink of an eye it was just a few steps away. Its presence stretched into the air, like a shadow, formless but consuming. There was something almost familiar about it, a sickening recognition crawling under John's skin. It was as if the figure, this dark, twisted thing, had always been there, waiting for the right moment to reveal itself. The silence between them stretched long, as if the forest were holding its breath. Then, in the same low voice that had whispered in his mind earlier, the figure spoke again. "You should have left." The words dripped like poison, filling the air with an overwhelming sense of dread. There was no malice in the voice, no anger, just a quiet certainty. It was as if this being, this forest entity, had seen all of this before. It had seen every hiker, every lost soul that had wandered into its depths, and it knew how this would end. It was inevitable. John's mind raced, his thoughts swirling like a storm. He couldn't understand why he hadn't noticed the truth before. The signs were all there, the strange disappearance of the markers, the eerie emptiness of the forest, the feeling of being watched, the sense that time had stopped. And then he remembered something, a small detail from the notebook. The previous hiker had written about time, about how it felt like the minutes dragged on for hours, and yet, somehow, when he looked at his watch, an entire day had passed. John's pulse quickened. It wasn't just the trail that was disappearing, it was him. The forest had changed him. It had twisted the very fabric of his perception, bending time and reality, until he couldn't trust what he saw, what he felt, or what he knew. His sense of self, of place, was slipping away, and it was all because of this thing, this ancient, malevolent presence that had consumed the land long before he ever arrived. The figure took another step forward, its outline now clearer. John could see it more distinctly now, though there were no features, no eyes, no mouth, no face at all. Just an overwhelming presence that filled his mind with a sensation of dread, of helplessness, of a truth he could no longer ignore. This thing was not the forest. No, the forest was merely a vessel, the entity within it, the one that had claimed every hiker, every wanderer was something far worse. Something that had been waiting for centuries, perhaps longer. Something that fed on the lost, the isolated, the lonely. And now, it was feeding on him. John's knees buckled beneath him, and he collapsed to the ground, unable to tear his eyes away from the figure. The last vestiges of his sanity flickered out, and his breath came in ragged gasps as the world around him distorted, the trees and shadows warping and shifting. It was all becoming too much, too real. There was no escape, no way back. As the figure closed in, John realized the truth. The forest didn't just trap you, it changed you. It consumed your soul, your identity, until you were nothing but a shadow in its depths. The figure, whatever it was, wasn't here to kill him. It had already done that, in the only way that truly mattered. John had become part of the forest now. He had always been part of it, and as the figure reached out to claim him, John felt himself slipping, disappearing into the shadows, into the very earth that had swallowed him whole. In the end, there was only silence. The trail would never be found again. The forest had swallowed him. The trail had been devoured by the trees, leaving only remnants of a man who had wandered too far into its depths. But John wasn't dead. not in the way he'd once understood death. He wasn't even truly alive. He had become something else, something strange and formless, caught in the liminal space between existence and oblivion. The last echoes of his body, his mind, lingered in the suffocating gloom of Mount Hood's heart, but they were fading, blurring like a half-forgotten dream. At first, there had been nothing. No pain, no fear, just an oppressive, unbroken silence that stretched on for an eternity. The world as he had known it, the solid ground beneath his feet, the whisper of wind through the leaves, the flicker of light from the fire, had vanished. The darkness was all-encompassing, thick as oil, and it pressed in from all sides, suffocating and absolute. And yet, despite the void, John could still feel. He could feel his heartbeat, slow, like the ticking of an old clock, far in the distance. He could feel the air around him, as cold and still as a tomb. But most of all, he could feel the presence, the watcher, the thing that had hunted him through the forest. It had taken him, yes, but now it was watching him, waiting for something. What? He didn't know. Maybe it was simply waiting for him, to disappear completely. But John wasn't gone, not yet. There was a subtle pull, an invisible force, like a thread tugging at his very soul. The tug was faint at first, like a whisper against the back of his mind, too quiet to understand. But the more he listened, the clearer it became. It was a voice, a single word, repeated over and over, like a chant that slowly grew louder in the silence. Come. The word, soft but insistent, filled him with a sense of dread and purpose. It wasn't a command in the way one might give a command to a dog or a servant. No, this was different. This was something that knew him, that recognized him, something that had been waiting for him to answer. And slowly, almost against his will, he moved. Not with his body, not as he once did, with flesh and bone. This was different. He was moving, yes, but not in the way he expected. It was as if his very essence had been pulled forward, like the forest itself was dragging him through the nothingness, through the dark veil that separated the world of the living from the realm he now inhabited. He couldn't see, not in the full way he had before. There was no light, no colors, no shapes, just endless shadows that seemed to swirl around him, closing in and yet opening out into vast nothingness, an endless oppressive space that felt like the inside of a cavernous mind. It was as if the forest itself had become a sentient being, a consciousness that could shift and bend the very fabric of reality. And then in the distance, he saw a light. At first, it was a faint glow, barely visible against the blackness. But it grew brighter as he moved toward it, brighter, more intense. It was an eerie, unnatural light, not the warm flicker of a campfire or the soft glow of a lantern. No, this light was cold, like the gleam of moonlight on water, and it cast long, jagged shadows across the ground, or what he assumed was the ground. He reached the light, and there, standing at its edge, he saw the figure. It was the same figure that had stood in the clearing, watching him, speaking to him. But this time, it was different. The darkness around it seemed to flow into it, swirling like a vortex, feeding the figure's form. It wasn't solid, not anymore. It was something else. A shifting, half-formed entity, a being made of shadows and whispers, something that existed between worlds, neither fully alive nor fully dead. And yet, despite its formlessness, John felt the same terrible recognition deep within him. This thing knew him. It had always known him. "You are mine," it whispered. Its voice was not spoken aloud, but inside his head, a deep, invasive presence that made him feel as if his very thoughts were no longer his own. It wasn't the same voice as before. No, this one was richer, older, like the sound of wind howling through a dead forest, like the crackle of a fire that had burned for centuries. John tried to speak, but no words came. His voice had been stolen, like everything else about him, and all that remained was the hollow feeling of an existence that no longer made sense. "Come," the figure whispered again, this time with a sense of finality, a command that left no room for refusal. And as it spoke, the light around it flickered, and the shadows seemed to stretch and bend, pulling John closer, binding him to the figure. He was no longer moving. He was being pulled. It was as if the very fabric of reality had dissolved, and he was being drawn into the dark heart of this ancient force. He was not alive, not dead. He was something else, something between worlds. And now, the forest wanted him. It had claimed him. His soul, his essence, was being consumed, absorbed by the presence that had haunted him, by the thing that had always watched. John's mind screamed, but it was useless. There was no escaping it. There was no place to go. The figure raised its hand, and in that moment, John saw it. The truth. He could see everything now, everything he had failed to see before. The forest wasn't just a place, it was alive, but not in the way he understood life. It was a consciousness, an ancient and all-encompassing force that fed on the lost, the hopeless, the isolated. It was a parasite, a being that lived by consuming others, feeding on the essence of those who wandered too deep into its grasp. And now John understood. He wasn't the first. There had been others, hundreds, maybe thousands, who had wandered into this place, seeking to find the trail, to find their way home. But the forest didn't let them leave. It never let anyone leave. The figure spoke again, its voice filled with a terrible satisfaction. "You belong to me now. You are part of the forest." And John understood. In that moment, he became the forest. He became its shadow, its watcher. The very ground beneath him, the trees that had surrounded him, the whispers in the night. He was part of it. He had always been part of it. The pull was gone, the light fading into the blackness, and all that was left was the dark. The eternal forest, a place where time no longer existed, where the souls of the lost wandered forever, caught between the world of the living and the world of the dead. John wasn't lost anymore. Now, he was the lost, and the forest had claimed him, just as it had claimed all those before him. It was an endless cycle, a loop that would never break. And those who had wandered too deep into its heart, those who had been consumed by the darkness, would remain, waiting for the next soul to wander too close, to come too far. John would never leave. He was the forest now. He was its eternal watcher. And as the final remnants of his humanity slipped away, he felt the whisper in the air once more, now his own, calling out into the infinite darkness. Come. The trail was never found. The wind had stopped. The silence was deafening. No rustling of the leaves, no chirping of birds, no hum of the insects that usually filled the air with their incessant noise. It was as if the forest itself had drawn a single, breathless pause, waiting, listening, contemplating something beyond John's comprehension. The darkness was still absolute, unyielding. It enveloped him like a shroud, so thick he could feel its weight pressing down on him, a heavy, suffocating presence that threatened to crush every last shred of his sanity. Every sense he had was dulled, muted, as though the very nature of the world around him had been twisted. The scent of damp earth, the crunch of fallen leaves underfoot, even the taste of the cold, stagnant air. It was all wrong, as if the forest itself had begun to rot from the inside out, decaying into something unrecognizable. But what terrified him most was the way time had ceased to exist. It no longer moved in a linear fashion. There was no forward or backward, no past or future. There was only this endless, oppressive now, a moment suspended in the dark, where every second stretched like an eternity. and where the weight of each breath felt like a lifetime. The darkness, the shadows, they were time, and they played with him. They taunted him with their slow, creeping crawl through eternity. John was no longer a man. He was something else, something trapped in the space between death and life, caught in the grip of the forest's insidious, unyielding power. But despite this, he still existed. He could still feel, still sense. The forest may have devoured him, but his mind was still intact, still tortured by the knowledge of what he had become, what he was now. It was when he finally started to move, almost instinctively, that he felt the shift, the pull. At first it was small, just a whisper against his soul, an invisible tether that seemed to hum in the distance. But as he moved, through the blackness, it grew louder, stronger, until it was a thrum beneath his feet, beneath his skin. "Come," the voice again. It was so faint at first, so distant that he almost questioned whether it had come from his own mind. But no, this wasn't his voice, this wasn't his thought. It was something else, something older and more powerful, something alive in the forest, and then it came again. The whisper, "Come." And John knew deep within him, that he was being called, summoned. Something was pulling him deeper, into the very heart of the forest, deeper than he had ever gone. But what? What was waiting for him in the dark? For the first time since he had been taken, he felt a sliver of fear, a quiet, gnawing fear that twisted in his chest. For a moment he could almost hear his heart pounding in his ears. A sliver of his old self, that part of him that had been human, was screaming to run, to escape, to get out of this nightmare. But he couldn't. His body was no longer his to control. And as he walked, or rather, as he was drawn, the forest seemed to part around him, as if it were guiding him towards something. But what? The deeper he walked into the darkness, the more the shadows around him seemed to shift, to pulse with a strange rhythm, as if they were alive. And in that moment, John began to feel it, that awful, unnatural sensation that gripped his chest, that made his skin crawl. It was the presence, that same oppressive feeling of being watched, of being not alone. But now it was everywhere. The trees, the ancient sentinels that had surrounded him all this time, no longer felt like trees. They had become something else. Their trunks twisted unnaturally, curving in on themselves like blackened skeletal hands reaching up toward the sky. Their roots bulged beneath the ground, veins of dark energy pulsing in time with the beating of his heart. Their branches no longer swayed in the wind, but moved like the limbs of a living creature, reaching, grasping, searching for something. For him. John's pulse quickened. The fear rose within him again, louder now, almost suffocating. And with it came a thought, a realization so horrible that it made his skin crawl. The forest was alive. It had always been alive, but not in the way he had thought. It was not a collection of trees, rocks, and earth. It was something far more insidious, far more ancient, far more powerful. It was an entity, a consciousness, and now it was speaking to him. "Come to me." The voice rang louder this time, like a thunderclap in his skull. It echoed through the twisted trees, vibrating the air around him with an unsettling resonance. It wasn't just a call anymore. It was a demand, a beckoning to join, to be consumed by the forest's dark will. John's feet felt heavy, his limbs stiff as though he were wading through thick, choking mud. The air was thick with something foul now, a stench of decay, of death, of rot. He could smell it, just on the edges of his senses, like the scent of something long dead, buried in the earth, rising again. "Join me." The voice was no longer a whisper, it was a scream. It wasn't coming from the figure anymore. It was coming from everywhere, from the trees, from the very ground beneath him. It was the forest itself, its deep, ancient voice rising, like a flood, consuming him from the inside. John stumbled, almost losing his balance, as the ground beneath him seemed to buckle, as though it was trying to swallow him whole. He could hear the leaves crunching beneath him, but they were no longer leaves, they were skin, flesh, squelching underfoot like a living thing. He tried to scream, to shout, but no sound came from his mouth. He was trapped in a body that no longer belonged to him, in a world that was twisting beyond recognition. He was lost, caught in the grip of something that had existed long before him, something that had waited for him, and then he saw it. In the distance, a shape began to materialize. At first, it was barely visible, a flicker of movement at the edge of the darkness. But as John stumbled forward, drawn, compelled by the force of the forest, it became clearer. A silhouette, a shadow, something massive. It was too tall, too unnatural, standing in the middle of the clearing. It was the figure. But now it was different. It wasn't formless anymore. It had shape. It was humanoid, but wrong. Its arms were too long, too thin, its face an indistinct blur of shadow. The edges of its body rippled like a mirage, shifting constantly, distorting, as though its very form was being warped by the darkness that surrounded it. And then, just as John was about to reach it, just as he felt the final tug, the final call to step forward, he saw its face. It was him. Not exactly him, but a twisted, monstrous version of him, a reflection of himself, warped by the forest's touch, its influence. His face, his eyes, his mouth, but stretched, elongated, as though they had been pulled out of shape by some unearthly force. And then it spoke, its voice the same as the forest, the same as the whispers that had haunted him all along. "You belong to me now. You are mine. Forever." John felt his heart stop. The realization hit him like a physical blow. This wasn't just the forest consuming him, this was the forest becoming him. In that moment, John knew he was the forest now. His body, his mind, his very soul had been consumed, transformed, and reshaped into something that was both part of the forest and yet something else entirely. He had joined it, and it had joined him. He was the watcher now, and he would never leave. The forest will call again. The dark did not release him. Even after John had become the forest, even after he had joined it in a union of darkness and decay, there was still something pressing, something insistent, gnawing at the edges of his mind. The pull was different, now more complex, woven into the very fabric of his new existence. He was not simply a part of the forest. He was the forest. His thoughts were no longer his own. The trees whispered in the distance, the wind moaned in agony, and the earth itself groaned under an ancient weight. But all these things now lived in him, as part of his being, like blood in his veins. He could feel them. The trees weren't just trees. They were echoes of lost souls, trapped between time, their desires and thoughts embedded in their bark. The wind wasn't just wind. It was the voice of those who had wandered too far, too deep, their final screams carried on its breath. The earth was the oldest of them all. A vast, consuming hunger that had long ago learned to crave the lost, to feast on those who ventured into its embrace. And John was no longer a man. He was the echo. He was the scream. He was the forest. But despite this, despite his total transformation, a strange yearning had begun to stir deep within him, a longing for something he couldn't quite understand. It was as if some tiny, flickering ember of the man he had once been still burned within him, hidden beneath the vast weight of darkness that now defined him. That ember, however faint, refused to die. It flickered like a dying star in the heart of the black abyss, casting feeble light on the corners of his shattered mind. The pull. It was no longer the call of the forest alone. It was something else, something other, something more distant, yet just as all-consuming. "Come," the voice whispered again. But it wasn't the forest. No, this time, the voice was clearer, more defined, a voice that vibrated with power, ancient and terrible. This voice had been there all along, just beneath the surface, a shadow of something far older than the forest itself. The Watcher. John tried to push the thought away, but it was impossible. The forest trembled with the sound of its presence. It was not of the forest, not of the trees or the roots or the shadows that clung to the earth. No, this entity was something beyond even the forest's dark reach. It was the true Watcher, the one who had laid claim to the heart of the mountain long before the trees had sprouted, long before the first footstep had been taken on the trails. The Watcher was the keeper of the forest's secrets, and now it wanted John. It wanted all of him. The cold, dead air around him shifted, as though the very atmosphere had become a living thing. Shadows stretched unnaturally across the ground, moving with a life of their own. The dark trees groaned under an unseen weight, their branches creaking and twisting as if they were being manipulated, forced to bend and break by some unseen force. The earth trembled beneath him, as though it too was afraid of the Watcher's approach. And John could feel it. The pull, stronger now. It called to him, not just as the forest had called, but as an individual entity calling to another. The Watcher's presence was unmistakable now, its eyes upon him. Cold, unblinking and omnipresent, they watched from somewhere beyond the boundaries of the dark, from a realm that existed outside of the space the forest occupied. The forest wasn't just alive. It was a part of something far greater, and that something wanted him. John's essence, twisted and reshaped by the forest's hunger, screamed against this invasion, against the arrival of something other that threatened to tear him apart once more. He was no longer just part of the forest. He was its guardian, its sentinel. He had become the Watcher. But the Watcher, the true one, had come to claim him. The blackness around him seemed to breathe. The shadows moved closer, not simply as fleeting figures in the corner of his vision, but as solid forms, things that could touch, that could feel. The air thickened, heavy with dread, and John's mind reeled against the overwhelming presence that filled him. Something was coming. In that moment he saw them, the figures. They were everywhere, shifting in the dark corners of his perception, flickering between the trees like ghosts in a fog. These weren't the souls of those lost in the forest. These were something else entirely. They were figures with no faces, their bodies warped and indistinct, as if they were not meant to be seen. Their eyes, if they had eyes, glowed faintly in the dark, like the shimmer of moonlight on water. Their mouths opened in silent screams, their arms outstretched, as if beckoning. The shadows reached for him, and for the first time since his transformation, John could feel the sensation of true fear. These were not the trees, not the whispers of the forest's desires. No, these were the Watchers, the true ones, the other ones. And the Watcher was one of them. The thing that had always been lurking at the edges of his perception, the thing that had called to him from the very beginning, the true master of this land, and it was here. John's body, his new twisted body, was no longer his to control. The forest's will, its hunger, had been his guide, his only purpose. But now, something more ancient, more terrifying, had come to seize him, to bend him to its will. It was the Watcher's hand, reaching out for him, cold and unfeeling, and as the darkness closed in around him, John felt the pull become unbearable. It was as if his very essence was being drawn out, ripped from his soul and into the abyss that awaited him. He could feel the Watcher's presence tightening around him, constricting, swallowing. The trees, the shadows, the earth, they were all fading, blurring into one great, overwhelming presence. His mind, his fragmented, hollow mind, was being drawn into the depths of the Watcher's power, a force so ancient, so far-reaching, that even the forest itself bowed before it. But as John's form began to dissipate, as his essence began to fade, he realized with horror that he was not being consumed by the Watcher. He was becoming it. No, he thought. No, not again. But it was too late. The Watcher had been watching him from the very beginning, long before the forest had taken him. And now there was no escape. John had become the Watcher, and the Watcher was now him. The endless cycle had begun again. The dark, the shadow, the Watcher. It was all one. The forest, the spirits, the twisted figures that drifted through the woods like pale ghosts were all part of it. And John was part of them now. There would be no more coming. There was only the Watcher, and it would never stop watching. The forest whispers. There was no sound, only the vast, suffocating silence that hung like an endless night, unbroken, unyielding. It was a silence that gnawed at John's mind, a heavy, oppressive weight that threatened to crush every fragment of consciousness still, clinging to him. For what felt like eternity, there was nothing but the void, no direction, no motion. His senses, once sharp, had dulled completely. His sight, his hearing, his touch, all of it had dissolved into the emptiness of the forest that now enveloped him. But even in this deathless dark, John knew. He knew that he had become something else, something beyond himself, something ancient. In the beginning he had fought it, the pull of the forest, the whispers that seemed to call his name. He had resisted, tried to escape, tried to live. But now, as his mind sank deeper into the black abyss of the forest's will, all resistance had faded away. There was no need to fight anymore. He was the forest. He was the Watcher. But there was a lingering sensation, a coldness at the back of his mind, a ghost of a memory, an awareness that refused to die. It whispered to him through the fog of his transformation, a distant echo from a time long forgotten, from a life long lost. Who am I? The question was faint, distant, a shudder of something human, something real. It was a flicker of light in the vastness of the darkness, a tiny spark that threatened to extinguish everything that John had become. No matter how deep the forest had burrowed into him, no matter how thoroughly the Watcher's consciousness had taken hold, that ember remained. The questions clawed at him, burrowing beneath the surface of his fragmented mind, trying to piece together the scraps of his former self. He was John. He had been John. He had been a man once, hadn't he? A man who walked the trails, who had loved the forest for its quiet beauty, for its towering trees, the crisp air that had filled his lungs with life. But now, he was nothing but a shadow, a reflection, a ghost. His body was no longer his. It had become part of the earth, part of the forest. His mind was a hollow, an echo of the man he once had been. But who had he been before the forest claimed him? What had he been before the Watcher's cold gaze turned him into this thing? This twisted, unrecognizable form that roamed the depths of the forest, endlessly wandering between life and death. The questions gnawed at him, whispering through the depths of his new existence, stirring memories that were not his own. They weren't his memories, not really. They were fragments, broken pieces of some other soul, some other lost wanderer who had crossed the same path, who had fallen victim to the same fate. John's breath, the breath that was no longer his, caught in his throat. The realization came crashing down upon him like a cold, icy wave. He had been here before. His mind flickered, sharp and painful, as fragments of memories reassembled themselves. He had seen these woods before, seen these trees, felt the earth beneath his feet. He had walked these trails, breathed this same air, but not as John, not as the man who had entered the forest on a simple hike. No, he had been something else, someone else. The Watcher. Yes, he had been the Watcher before the forest had claimed him, before the dark had twisted him into this hollow shell. John's consciousness, fragmented and broken, flickered in and out of existence like a flame struggling against the wind. Each breath he took, each agonizing hollow breath, felt like an eternity. Each step he took, the ground beneath his feet seemed to shift and change, as though it were testing him, watching him. The trees loomed like sentinels, their gnarled roots stretching out like dark fingers, probing and reaching for him, as though they remembered who he was. They remembered him. But John was not alone. There were others now. They walked with him, their spirits long forgotten by the living world, but their presence still lingered here, in the hollow spaces of the forest. Their eyes, cold and empty, watched him from the shadows. Their voices were silent, but their energy pressed against him, tugging at his very essence. He could feel them, the ones who had come before him. The lost, the broken. They had once been like him, men and women, hunters, hikers, wanderers, who had come to the forest with hope, with desire, with curiosity. They had all been swallowed by the darkness, consumed by the Watcher, and now they were a part of the forest, just as he was, just as they had once been. John could hear their whispers, faint and disembodied, drifting in the wind that never seemed to move. The air was heavy with their sorrow, their regrets, their endless yearning for escape. But there was no escape. Not for them. Not for him. Not for anyone. The path ahead was dark, winding, endless. The trees loomed larger now, their branches twisting like grotesque fingers, their shadows deeper, darker, more oppressive. But as John moved forward, he felt something shift within him, something deep and primal. It was them, the lost souls. They weren't just lingering anymore. No, they were trying to reach him, to pull him into their eternal dance of suffering. They were the forgotten ones, the ones whose names had been lost to time. But they weren't just memories. They were real. Real in the sense that the forest itself had given them life or death, whichever it was that held them here. And now, they needed him. Needed him to remember. Remember what? A shadow passed over him. No, not a shadow. Something larger, something more alive. John looked up, and there it was again, the Watcher. It loomed high above him, its form barely visible in the dark, but its presence undeniable. The thing that had once been him. But now it wasn't just the Watcher that he saw. There were more. Shadows, figures that rippled between the trees like smoke, appearing for a moment before vanishing again. Faces twisted and contorted, eyes hollow, mouths open in silent screams. John reached for them. His hands, long since turned to gnarled bark, trembled as he stretched them toward the figures. They reached back. Not yet. Not yet. You're not ready. The words were silent, but they were clear, echoing through his mind like a thunderclap. You have to remember. What was it he was supposed to remember? His eyes, his lost, fractured eyes, looked down at the ground beneath him. The earth trembled. Something shifted beneath the surface. It wasn't the forest this time. No, this was something else, something more ancient. The Watcher. And then, as though a veil had lifted, the truth came crashing down on him like a brutal wave. John had not always been the Watcher. He had not always been this. No. He was the beginning. The forest had not merely claimed him, It had reborn him. He had been a part of the ancient cycle, the one who created the darkness, the one who had started it all. Before the Watcher had become the forest, it had been him, the one who had set the cycle of consumption into motion, who had become the first of the lost, the first to be swallowed whole, and now he had returned to claim it all. He had always been the forest. John felt himself unraveling. The earth beneath him quaked with a distant, resonating hum, a pulse, an undercurrent that throbbed with the heartbeat of the forest itself. It was the sound of something ancient, something primal, stirring beneath the soil, beneath the living, breathing canopy of trees that reached endlessly toward the unseen sky. But as John's senses sharpened, as the awareness of his place within the forest grew clearer, something more insidious crept into the stillness. He remembered, not fully, not yet, but it was there, a sensation, a whisper, a flicker of thought in the depths of his new, twisted mind. He was not the beginning. He hadn't been the first. He was the last. The trees, the whispers, the lost souls, every fragment of the forest, every shadow and cry had been part of the Watcher's eternal hunger. And he had become part of that hunger. But somewhere, buried beneath the cursed roots of the trees, beneath the crumbling, hollowed trunks, something else had stirred, a reminder. The Watcher had been trapped long before it had ensnared him. It had evolved with each lost soul, each victim it consumed, but it had not always been the all-consuming, ever-watchful presence that it was now. John was the final piece, the one that would complete it. The thought sent a shiver through his very soul, the part of his soul that still clung to the echoes of humanity. This wasn't just a cycle, this was the end. His mind recoiled from it. The answer, buried deep within the forest, was not something he wanted to grasp, but it was inevitable. It would find him, and so it did. The Watcher was not a singular entity, not a creature bound to one form or location. It was not merely the trees or the earth, but a consciousness, a vast, ancient being that had once been a human soul, long lost to time, whose form had been obliterated by the forest's hunger. The Watcher had not always been this ancient force of torment. It had been created, twisted, and fractured over eons as each soul was absorbed into it, becoming a part of its endless hunger. And like all things that are consumed, the Watcher had mutated, grown darker, more insidious. But there was one thing that had been left behind, one fragment of the original Watcher that had not been able to fully merge with the forest. That piece, John, had come home. The ground beneath his feet rippled. The roots that had once seemed to simply stretch from the trees, entwining the earth, now began to pulse and shift. Like snakes, like tendrils of a beast long buried, they reached out toward him, seeking his touch, seeking to reclaim what was once theirs. The earth groaned under the weight of their movement, sending cracks through the dirt that splintered like bones breaking under pressure. The trees themselves seemed to bend, to twist in agony as their roots drew in the air, pulling in the life around them as if they had been waiting for something, waiting for him. A low hum began to fill the air, like 1,000 voices, lost and screaming, tangled together. The echoes of the souls that had been consumed, soul after soul after soul, woven into one single collective cry that reverberated through every fiber of the forest. The sound rose from the depths of the earth, from beneath the forest floor, and John could feel it vibrating through his body, through his hollowed form. His very being hummed in response, his body resonating with the darkness that surrounded him. But there was a twist. The hum, the cry, it wasn't just the voices of the lost souls anymore, it was his own voice. The cries that had once filled the air, the screams of the lost, were now his own. His consciousness, fragmented and torn apart, was beginning to merge with the others, to blend with their wretched souls. But it wasn't just their pain, their suffering that he could feel. It was his own guilt, his own hunger. John didn't just hear the screams. He was becoming them. The yearning, the insatiable need to consume, to pull the lost souls into the darkness, to become one with them. He wasn't a victim of the Watcher anymore. He was the Watcher. And as this truth settled in, as the reality of his fate washed over him, the very roots of the forest began to pull at him. The earth beneath his feet softened, becoming like wet clay. The roots rose higher, twisting around his legs, creeping up his body. The more he fought them, the tighter their hold became, until they seemed to fuse with his body. His form, once human, was dissolving into the earth, merging with the roots, becoming part of the forest in a way he had never truly realized before. The forest was never just a place. It was a creature, a living, breathing, sentient being that fed, grew, and evolved. And John, he had become its latest iteration. It was only then that he realized the true nature of his sacrifice. The Watcher had always been hungry, always seeking, always consuming. But it had never been whole. It had never had control. The forest was simply a shell, an extension of something greater that had been locked away, trapped beneath the roots, beneath the earth, beneath the shadow of Mount Hood itself. John's existence, as twisted as it had become, was the last key, the last link. The Watcher had grown strong, but it had never been complete. The roots reached deep into the earth, drawing power from a source older than time itself, something buried in the depths of the forest's past, something that John could only now begin to understand. The Watcher was a part of something even older than the forest, a hunger that had been left behind by the ancient ones, the original Watchers, who had built the mountains, the forests, the very earth itself. But now it was rising, awakening, as John's body was pulled further into the earth. His form began to merge with the soil. The very fibers of his being were drawn down into the dark underworld, where the true Watcher waited. Its roots pulled him in. Its hunger devoured his mind, his soul, his essence. And then, just as the last remnants of his humanity were slipping away, he understood. The Watcher wasn't just a creature born of the forest. It was a prisoner, a guardian. It had been trapped here, kept in the shadow of Mount Hood, bound by the ancient ones who had created it. But the Watcher had always been waiting for the right moment to escape, to break free of its chains. And now that he had come, the Watcher was free. A chill rippled through the air, so cold that it didn't seem natural, not a part of the normal world. It was as though the very fabric of the forest had become something different, something more alive, more aware. The oppressive weight of the earth beneath John's feet, no, beneath his very being, pressed in on him like a vice, squeezing the last vestiges of his consciousness into something else, something other. John's mind teetered between fragments of clarity and nothingness. The whispers of lost souls pulsed around him, but they were no longer his whispers, no longer the cries of the souls he had merged with. It was the voice of the Watcher itself, something primal, something ancient, calling out from beneath the earth, from the bowels of the mountain itself, and John, the Watcher, heard it. The ground beneath his feet shifted again, more violently, this time as though the forest itself were awakening from some long and terrible slumber. A low, guttural rumble rose from deep within the earth, a sound unlike anything John had ever heard before. It was a sound that felt as though the very bones of the earth were cracking, shattering apart to reveal something hidden beneath. A source, a force, waiting to be freed. John's eyes, once sharp, with the awareness of his own humanity, began to dull as the forest itself took over, claiming him, wrapping around his body like a suffocating shroud. but there was still a flicker, still that glimmer of something that was him. The man who had come here, the hiker who had once wandered the woods in search of peace. The Watcher had been reborn in him, but John had not been erased entirely. He was there, buried deep like a seed beneath the surface, fighting against the growing roots that twisted through his body and soul. You were the Watcher. Before came the whisper. It was a voice not of his own, but of something older, something that lived beneath the forest, beneath the weight of the mountain. It was the voice of the mountain itself, the mountain that had held all of this in place for centuries. You were always the last, the beginning, the end. John struggled to breathe. His chest, once a source of life, now felt hollow, filled with dirt and roots. He could feel the Watcher awakening within him. But it was not just the Watcher anymore. It was something far greater, something that stretched beneath the very foundations of Mount Hood, something that had been waiting for this moment. The hunger. The endless hunger began to rise from the depths, its tendrils reaching for the world above. The Watcher was not alone. It had always been a part of something greater, something older than human memory, older than the forest itself. John could feel it now, something so vast, so unimaginable, that it tore at the edges of his mind like an ocean crashing against the shore. It was the mountain, the earth, the roots. It was the ancient consciousness that had existed long before the first tree had risen from the ground, before the first human had set foot on the land. And it had been trapped for millennia, kept below the surface by forces that had long since forgotten the truth of what lay beneath. But now John, the Watcher, had freed it, and it had freed him. The Watcher's transformation was not just physical, it was spiritual, metaphysical. John's body trembled as the roots, the trees, the very air around him began to change. The trees that had once been sentient now screamed in a language of pain, twisting and moaning as their trunks bent and warped, expanding outward, as though they too were trying to escape something far more terrible than their own existence. And as the transformation took hold, John's body began to shift. His limbs, once human, now lengthened and became gnarled, like twisted branches, knotted and twisted with the roots of the trees that had once seemed so innocent. His hands, now impossibly long, seemed to sink deeper into the earth, burrowing into the soil, finding something buried there. He could feel it, the pull, the call from below. It was a force too powerful to resist. It was the hunger, a hunger that had never been sated, a hunger that had gnawed at the mountain for centuries. John's body was no longer his. It was part of something far greater. And as the Watcher's ancient memories began to bleed into his own, the full horror of his situation became clear. The Watcher was not a guardian of the forest, not a protector of nature. It was the devourer, the consuming force that had created the forest, the one who had twisted the very roots of the land into something malevolent and insatiable. It had been waiting for this moment, for the moment when the forest would awaken, when the Watcher would take on its final form, when it would rise and consume the world above. John felt his consciousness flicker again, those final moments of humanity beginning to slip away, but in that moment he understood. The Watcher had always been waiting, waiting for the right soul, the one who would unlock the final door, the one who would give it the power it needed. And he, John, had been that soul. "You're the last," the voice whispered again. "You've freed us all. The end begins now." The earth trembled again, shaking violently as though the very mountain had cracked open. A crack appeared in the ground before John, a deep fissure that seemed to pulse with an unnatural light, glowing red-hot. And from the depths of the fissure, Something began to rise. It was massive, too large to comprehend. It was not a creature, not a being, but something older, something primal. It was the mountain itself, its heart, its essence, risen from the depths, freed from its prison. And as it rose, it took shape, took form, becoming something vast, something alien. A presence that loomed over the trees, over the land, over the very sky. And as John's body was swallowed by the earth, as the Watcher fully took hold, he realized with horror that he was no longer just part of the forest. He was now the mountain, the Watcher, the end. The sky above Mount Hood, once the pale grey of early evening, was now an unnatural blood-red hue, as if the heavens themselves had been torn apart by something far darker than any storm. It felt as though the land had shifted, the very air, trembling with the weight of something ancient, something incomprehensible. The mountain groaned under its new burden, the jagged peaks and ridges seeming to twist and convulse, as if the mountain were waking from a millennia-long slumber. John, or what had once been John, stood at the center of it all, no longer entirely human, but not quite the Watcher either. His body was entwined with the forest's roots, the tendrils of life and death wrapped around him, pulling him deeper into the earth, into the heart of the mountain. The transformation had gone beyond mere physical change. It was spiritual, metaphysical. He was no longer a man, nor was he truly the entity he had once feared. He was now something in between, something born of the land and the hunger beneath it. He was a witness, caught within the eternal cycle of the forest's insatiable thirst, its hunger for souls. But this hunger had never been sated. And now, John, this creature, this Watcher, understood that his existence was a prison. In that moment of clarity, as his awareness twisted within his fragmented mind, John remembered something he could never have understood before. The forest, the mountain, the Watcher, they were all tied to the very land itself. The cycle had always existed, a loop of consumption and rebirth, and it was something beyond even the Watcher's control. The mountain had created the Watcher, but it was also bound to it, feeding off the souls it consumed, growing stronger each time the cycle repeated. The forest had fed on the lost. It had become what it was through sacrifice and suffering, feeding the mountain's dark hunger, its eternal craving. The Watcher, in its ancient form, had once been human, just like John. But over the ages it had evolved, shedding its original identity and becoming something other, a reflection of the land's ravenous, destructive spirit. John was not just a part of this cycle, he had become its final manifestation. The Watcher needed him, just as the mountain needed the Watcher. He had come to realize that now, but the deeper truth was even more horrifying. He had not only been chosen as the final piece, he had been created for this moment. The Watcher had mimicked him, learned from his very soul, and drawn him into the web of destruction that would inevitably befall anyone foolish enough to step into the forest. But the forest was not finished with him yet. As the mountain's heartbeat echoed in the depths of his mind, John felt an even deeper stirring, something greater than the Watcher itself. It was the mountain's voice, a low, rumbling hum that reverberated in his bones. The mountain had spoken before, and now it called. It needed John to rise, to awaken. John's body began to twist. His limbs, once stiff with the weight of transformation, became fluid, more like the tangled, impossibly long roots that snaked beneath the earth. His spine cracked. His bones shifted with sickening sounds, as if the very structure of his body were being rearranged. His vision blurred, the world around him warping as shadows and light danced in a maddening display. His heart, no longer a mere muscle, seemed to pulse with the rhythm of the mountain's thrum. Every breath he took seemed to stretch on forever, his body both outside and inside the world now. His eyes, no longer eyes, saw beyond the immediate into the roots of the earth, into the very history of the land. The Watcher's hunger, it had always been tied to the mountain. It was not an entity in the sense that John had once understood. It was ancient, older than the first trees, older than time itself. The Watcher had always been part of the mountain, and when it had risen, it had been trapped by a forgotten promise, a vow made by those long lost to history to keep the hunger contained, to never let it escape. But now, with John's arrival, with his transformation, that promise had been broken, and the mountain was starving. As John's new form began to settle into the twisted earth, he could feel the roots around him tighten, pulling him further down, deeper into the earth's core, into the place where the hunger began. He wasn't merely part of the mountain now. He was the embodiment of it, the conduit for something that had been buried in darkness for far too long. The forest itself was dying, decaying under the weight of the ancient hunger. The once vibrant trees, now withered and warped, seemed to scream in agony, their limbs breaking as they twisted further into grotesque shapes. The very air around John became thick with decay, suffocating, oppressive, but still, he felt it, the hunger. It was not just the hunger of the Watcher anymore, it was the hunger of the mountain, the hunger of all that had come before him, all that had been consumed. Over centuries, it called to him. The mountain had awakened and it wanted more. It needed to feed. John looked around, or at least he thought he did. His vision had blurred. His senses had warped beyond recognition. He could feel the ground beneath him pulse, the very mountain shaking with the force of its hunger. His breath came in ragged gasps, but it didn't feel like his own body anymore. It was as if the mountain was breathing through him, its existence coursing through his veins, filling his lungs with its desire. Something stirred deep within the roots that stretched across the land, something that had not been there before. A memory, a voice, long silenced, rose from the earth. It was faint at first, a soft murmur that became clearer the longer John remained still. You were meant to be the last. The words were clear now, cutting through the haze of his thoughts. But they were not his own. They were the mountain's voice. The Watcher is no more. It is time for the last to rise. The roots began to twist and turn, the ground trembling with the power of the earth's voice. John's flesh was no longer his. His body was being absorbed, becoming one with the land itself. The mountain's heart pulsed within him, and the hunger, the deep, gnawing hunger, rose again. The cycle had returned, and the end was at hand. It was time for the world to pay. The Watcher, now a part of John, began to call to the lost souls, the souls it had claimed, and to the world beyond the forest. The mountain had awakened from its slumber, and it was time to claim its due. The final cycle had begun. The mountain's breath, its heartbeat, reverberated through the forest, through the earth, through John. The trees groaned, their branches twisting toward the sky as the forest writhed under the weight of what was coming. The hunger could not be contained. The end was here. As the hunger intensified, the once serene woods of Mount Hood became a twisted, grotesque reflection of their former self. The trees, now far beyond mere vegetation, were distorted, their bark peeling away to reveal something that was neither wood nor flesh, but something darker, older, alive like ancient muscle, flexing with an eerie consciousness. The wind, which had once been a gentle breath over the ridge, now howled, a sound like the tortured wails of souls lost to time, swirling through the forest with malicious intent. Every crackling branch, every rustling leaf carried with it a promise that the mountain's insatiable hunger would never be sated. John felt the earth beneath him pulse, the deep, throbbing rhythm of the mountain's heart flooding his senses. He wasn't just connected to it anymore. He was it. The Watcher had long since dissolved, absorbed into the very marrow of the mountain spirit. What had once been a separate force now mingled with his own consciousness, an overwhelming weight that settled over him like a shroud. His thoughts were no longer his own, but shared between him and the mountain. The same pulse that throbbed in his chest echoed through the land itself, an ancient, bloodthirsty force, reaching out to consume all it could touch. The hunger spoke to him now, louder than the tortured whispers of the trees, clearer than the blood-curdling screams of the lost souls imprisoned in the forest. It was alive, and it needed to feed. And in this moment, John understood with sickening clarity, the hunger had never truly been the Watcher's. It was the mountain's, and the Watcher had been but a vessel, a guide to keep the cycle alive. But even as he realized the depth of his entanglement with this force, he knew that he was not the end of the cycle. No, he was only the final catalyst, the last witness to a tragedy that had unfolded countless times before. The forest, no, the mountain itself, was about to break free from its ancient chains. The Watcher had merely been the key that unlocked the prison gates. Now that it had been freed, there was no stopping it. John's body, no longer bound by the laws of man, shifted and twisted in ways that felt both unnatural and inevitable. His fingers, elongated like gnarled tree branches, sank deeper into the soil, intertwining with the roots that spread like veins beneath the earth. He could feel the pulse of the mountain growing stronger, flooding his senses with visions of forgotten times, lost civilizations, and ancient rituals. In his mind, a flood of images poured forth, visions of other Watchers who had come before him, their faces twisted in agony as they too had merged with the mountain, becoming part of its eternal hunger. It was then that John realized the truth. The cycle had no end. Every Watcher before him had fallen into the same trap, a soul lost, a body sacrificed, a mind consumed. Each had served as the mountain's vessel, bringing it closer to its final awakening, and yet none had ever been able to break the cycle. And now, it was his turn. His essence was bound to the mountain, tied to its very roots, its very heart. His final death, if it could even be called that, was not an end, but a rebirth. The world above, the world he had once known, was beginning to disappear from his mind, the images of his past life fading like the final echoes of a long-forgotten dream. The forest around him was no longer simply a place of trees and streams. It was a reflection of his inner torment. The wind was alive, a howling chorus of agony. But it was not just the wind that screamed. The earth screamed too. The trees screamed. Every blade of grass, every flicker of shadow, every burst of light, they all screamed. John's last memories of humanity, the faces of those he had loved, the warmth of the sun on his skin, began to dissolve like mist before the first light of dawn. In their place grew a new understanding, one forged by the mountain, one molded by its hunger. He was the mountain now, and the mountain was his soul. He could feel the roots beneath him stir, their ancient tendrils seeking something, someone. The hunger, the need, had always been there, but now it had changed. It wasn't just the world around him that was about to change, it was the world itself. As his thoughts melded with the mountain, the last trace of John's humanity slipped away, lost to the ancient will of the land. He saw the other Watchers, those who had come before him, their twisted forms now part of the very landscape. There, spirits forever bound to the hunger of the mountain. They were his now, and he was theirs. There was no escaping the past. But now, in this final moment, he understood the hunger for what it truly was. It was a cycle, an eternal, unbreakable loop. The Watcher, he, had been the means, the catalyst. The mountain had always been hungry. The Watcher had simply been its keeper. And as the hunger spread, It would continue to consume until there was nothing left but the mountain itself. No trees, no forest, no light, no air, just a dark, endless void of insatiable desire. The first of the screams came from the earth itself. It was so powerful, so soul-crushing that John, the watcher, the mountain, felt it surge through his very being. It wasn't a scream of agony nor of terror, but of recognition. The mountain, freed from its chains, had finally been released, and with it came a final realization. The mountain was alive, and it needed its hunger to grow. John could feel it. The overwhelming urge, the calling of the land. The hunger would not stop until it had claimed everything in its path, until there was nothing left but darkness. And then, the last piece of humanity of John was gone. He was now the Watcher, the eternal mountain. As his form melted into the earth, becoming one with the twisted, eternal roots, he felt the pulse of the hunger rise once more, stronger, deeper, and far wider than before. The forest, no, the mountain, was alive in a way that no one could ever comprehend, and the cycle began once more. The forest stood still beneath a sky now darkened with a bruised, otherworldly twilight. The air was thick, pressing against every tree, every stone, every shadow. The mountainside seemed to breathe, its chest rising and falling in rhythmic, unnerving waves. The once thriving wilderness of Mount Hood had been consumed by a creeping, suffocating force. The trees, their limbs twisted and unnaturally elongated, seemed to groan in the wind as though pleading for release. Yet they did not. They could not. The mountain had awakened, and the forest had become an extension of its insatiable hunger. The once vibrant life that had flourished here, the squirrels darting from branch to branch, the birds chirping in the trees, the rivers running through the valley, was now eerily silent, as if the land itself had fallen under a curse that silenced all that had been. The earth no longer hummed with vitality. It was still waiting for the next cycle to begin. In the deep heart of the forest, where once John had wandered with the thrill of adventure, there was only the Watcher now. It was the mountain, its hunger, its will, and its soul. The roots stretched far beneath the surface, intertwining with the land, reaching ever deeper into the core, while the skies above were a swirling mass of grey and black clouds, perpetually shrouding the land in twilight. The world above, the one John had once known, was slipping away, its memories fading with each passing moment, as if they had never truly been. The Watcher, the embodiment of the mountain's endless hunger, was not at rest, though it seemed so. It stood at the edge of time, a place where the past and future collided in a ceaseless loop. It was both the past and the future, eternally bound to the land that birthed it. Yet something had changed. The hunger that had consumed John's very essence now had a new direction, an unfamiliar hunger that did not stop with the forest's twisted form. It sought something greater. It needed more. The cycle, though eternal, had evolved. It was no longer just the taking of souls or the corruption of the land. It was about something deeper, something profound. The Watcher's hunger had always been tied to a cycle, but now it had grown to encompass all of existence. It wasn't just the forest it craved. It was the very fabric of reality itself, the unbreakable threads that tied this world to the next. The Watcher had merged with the land, but now it had its eyes on something more. The veil between worlds. A new, sickening thought entered John's fractured consciousness. The cycle wasn't just about taking anymore. It was about the collapse of everything. Forever. The mountain's heartbeat, no longer faint but deafening, began to echo louder, spreading through the forest like a storm. The wind howled, the trees bent unnaturally, their leaves rustling with a sound like whispers. In the dark, something was coming, something ancient, something that could not be named. John, no, the Watcher, stood at the heart of this force. The change was almost complete. He felt it in his bones, felt the vibrations of the earth under his feet, and the sharp, suffocating pressure in the air. The walls between the worlds, the boundaries that separated the living from the dead, the natural from the unnatural, were beginning to break. But there was no escape now. The Watcher, this new entity born from the twisted hunger of the mountain, had always been bound to the land. But now the mountain was rising beyond the limits of the earth. It sought to transcend its own form, to expand into something far more terrifying, far more powerful. There was a rustling sound in the distance. The first sign that someone, had dared venture into the mountain once more. A man. He was not like John. This one was different. His face, grim and determined, reflected the unmistakable mark of someone who had entered this place with purpose. His breath was shallow, his eyes darting about nervously. The man walked cautiously but swiftly through the darkening woods, unaware that the ground beneath his feet was no longer solid, no longer safe. Every step he took brought him closer to the edge of the void, closer to the heart of the hunger that would claim him. John, or the Watcher, felt the newcomer's presence before he saw him. The hunger stirred inside him, and a deep, unsettling feeling of recognition spread through his mind. This man had come before. John knew him, not by name, but by purpose. The man was here to end what had begun, to close the cycle, but it was already too late. The Watcher's vision blurred as he extended his senses into the forest, following the trail of the newcomer, who was now navigating the forest's treacherous, shifting paths. Each step brought him closer to the heart of the mountain, where the Watcher, John, had become something far greater than himself. The Watcher's roots reached out in twisted patterns, seeking to ensnare him, to draw him closer, to feed on his essence and trap his soul forever in the mountain's cursed web. But there was something different about this man, something unexpected. A familiar sensation rippled through the Watcher's being, the scent of something forgotten, something John had left behind, something he could never fully escape. The man, he was not alone. Behind him, like shadows caught in a fleeting moment, stood figures, faces that John recognized, faces he had once known. They were flickers of light in the dark, ephemeral and twisted, the ghosts of those he had lost. His own memories of them began to surface in flashes, cruelly vivid. A woman, no, a girl. She was the first face, her wide eyes pleading for mercy. And then the faint echo of a child's laughter, gone too soon. The figures, his family, his friends, those lost to the forest's endless hunger, moved with a purpose. They were not there to help the man. They were not there to end the cycle. They had come to finish what had begun. The Watcher, John, felt a pang of recognition, a fleeting glimpse of the person he had once been. The hunger stirred inside him, hungry to claim this last vestige of humanity, to absorb him completely, to rewrite everything. The figures moved, stepping toward the man, beckoning him deeper into the abyss of the mountain, into the heart of the hunger. But as they did, the man turned. His eyes, steely, resolute, locked with John's own. And for a brief, fleeting moment, there was something there. Something that hadn't been seen in the Watcher's eyes in a long time. Hope. The man knew. He knew the mountain. He knew the curse. He understood that the cycle was never truly broken, and then, as if the final, terrifying truth had been realized, the man shouted, "I'm not afraid!" It was then, at that very moment, that the final veil fell away. The sky cracked open. The earth split. And the Watcher, John, could finally hear it, The true screaming of the mountain, the final cry of the endless hunger as it erupted into the world beyond. The earth began to tremble violently, the wind howling louder, and the very mountain shook with the violence of its rebirth. The man who had stepped into the forest's heart was swallowed, consumed by the shadows of the hunger, a final offering to the mountain's eternal thirst. But in the very instant he vanished, the watcher's mind tore apart. The last vestiges of John, the last shred of humanity, fell into the darkness, and then everything stopped. The mountain was still once again. The hunger had fed. The cycle would continue forever, but this time, the land would wait. It would wait for another wanderer, another soul to fall into its grasp, and the hunger would rise once again.